You're tuned in to Countdown to Kickoff on the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield. Back to the booth and the voice of the Gamecocks, Todd Ellis.
Along with Tommy Suggs and Chet Tucker, I'm Todd Ellis, and welcome to the 2025 season. Gamecock football is back, and we're glad you're with us on the Gamecock Sports Network, and we're joined by a special guest now. He's a rookie, but he's got some skills in a different area of the country, and we brought him to Carolina, our Director of Athletics, Jeremiah Donati. Jeremiah, welcome on the road with the Gamecocks. So great to be with you. I think we picked a good spot and a good game to come in on. Thanks, glad to have you at Carolina. How things going?
Well, first of all, as if the wait wasn't long enough, we had to wait one extra day.
Yeah.
And I am just thrilled to be here. What an atmosphere here to be in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And boy, if walking along the streets is any indication of what we're going to see today, we have a ton of Gamecocks here in town. So it's just really excited to be here. It's couldn't be happier.
How do we do in ticket sales?
Sold out of our allotment. We actually asked for more than Virginia Tech and sold through that. And, I think there'll be another 10, 12,000 plus on top of the 25, 26,000. So I think we're going to have a huge crowd, and they're ready. They're ready to see us play some football.
Yeah, nobody knows better than you with your background what it is to have the spotlight on your football team at this time of year. We're the only game at 3 o'clock today. That means a lot for our brand, not just for football, but for athletics and the university as well. This time slot belongs to us.
It's great. And, ideally you wouldn't play on Sundays, but you just nailed it. This window, all eyes are going to be on South Carolina. That's what we want. I've gotten close to 100 text messages from people all over the country that are tuned in, all the way out to Hawaii. So a shout out to one of my college buddies. So no, it's you nailed it. All eyes are going to be on us, and I think we're going to be ready to go.
I'd like to say you've had a nice, easy time to transition in, get your feet wet, get over to the Rice Building, find the office. But my gosh, Jeremiah, the topics that have occurred since you become Director of Athletics. We've had the House settlement, the implementation of revenue sharing. We've got the reimagining of Williams-Brice Stadium. Those plans, you announced them this week. Development of the property around Williams-Brice Stadium. And, of course, now you announced a new apparel equipment deal. And this has been a time where you've had to really get running in a hurry.
We also hired 2 new head coaches,
right?
Just to add to the list. We hit the ground running. We knew that some of those projects were in front of us when we got here. That's one of the challenges and one of the reasons I wanted to come here. But it's all going really well. I've got a tremendous team around me with as far as my staff's concerned. We've got a tremendous number of consultants. We've got the best in the business that are helping us through that. And, onto the Nike thing, the CEO made a surprise visit. I just saw him on the sidelines, and so he wanted to come down and see Coach Beamer and Frank Beamer, that is,
fantastic.
And who's a longtime Nike coach. And so we're thrilled with where things are going. We've got work to do, but couldn't be happier with the progress we've made so far.
Jeremiah, I heard yesterday on national news where Congress now has taken up legislation to look at some guidance in college football, but they said it's not going to get through Congress anytime soon. So can you quickly give us your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think now's the closest to the goal line we've gotten there. And, the bill, the SCORE Act is what you're referring to. And there's a lot of things in there that we need. The limited liability, the antitrust exemption, the state law preemption. I mean, those are things that's our path to sustainability as far as college athletics is concerned in the future. So unfortunately, it has to, kind of come down to the federal government. You probably only go to them if you need them. That tells you kind of where we're at. But, I'm remaining hopeful and optimistic. We're talking to the right people. Commissioner Sankey, who's also here today, is tremendously, he's involved. He's got tremendous connections in Washington. And so we're doing all the things we can do. And so we just need a little help getting it over the goal line. And I think if we do that, while it won't be perfect, it allows us to go forward and to develop a sustainable model. And right now, it's tough to foresee if we can't get that.
There's a lot of excitement for this football season, obviously, and that's why we've got so many people here. But there's also excitement and curiosity about the stadium being reimagined. And I see where there's some events planned to educate people, which is what you have to do. But it looks to be an enormously impressive situation we're developing there.
Well, thank you. One of the things we did, and we were able to get all the approvals that were required, and so a lot of people had a lot to do with this. But we wanted to make sure we hit as many birds as possible with one stone with this project. You get one shot to do it, and you guys have been to hundreds of games in that stadium, and so you know what the challenges are, whether it's the restrooms, the concessions, the limited premium seating. And so we wanted to make sure that we got as much bang for our buck in the $350 million. $350 million is nothing to shake a stick at, but to be totally honest with you, if we were going to do every single thing we had initially planned, it'd be like $500-600 million. And so while we're still going to do a tremendous amount of work there, we had to make sure that we were being very efficient in this project. But I am really excited about what our fans are going to start to see, because I think it's not going to change the game day experience. It's going to enhance it. It's going to amplify it. So for all those Gamecocks, whether you're a first-time season ticket holder or have a suite on the 50-yard line or a student, it's going to make your experience better. So it really is a project for all, and I'm really excited that you're excited about it, Tommy.
The entertainment value is going to go through the roof related to all of that. Shocked to read about the scheduling and not realizing it's not going to impact really much of the next two football seasons. Try to work around that, put a couple of implementations in each of those off seasons. That's amazing. That scheduling alone's got to be brutal process.
I mentioned this before. We've got great partners in Populous and Contract Construction in Manhattan who have really been thoughtful about making as little disruption as possible for our fans and our student athletes. And so we like to plan it's the price of progress. You'll hear me say that over and over, that there will be disruption. There will be some things we don't love about it, but you can't snap your fingers and have a brand new stadium. You have to go through the process. But I think their plan for that's been very thoughtful, and I like how that's trending.
We like having you as a Gamecock, and we're sure glad that you're here. Listen,
I'm glad your family's finally settled in here too.
We are thrilled. My family is just thrilled to be here. We feel very blessed.
We are. We know you have a lot of things to do on game days, particularly at home and away. But you're required to make an appearance here on the road trips now. Okay, we're going to hold you to that. I don't care what CEO comes into town. We want to hear from you. We enjoy visiting with you, and thanks for being part of the Gamecock Sports Network. Appreciate you.
Well, this is fun for me as much as I appreciate you saying that. You can count on me being here every road game, my friends. I'm looking forward to this journey with you guys.
Great. He's Jeremiah Donati, the Director of Athletics at Carolina. Coming up, we have the final word on today's matchup in the exclusive contract construction interview with head coach Beamer. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's not just football season, Gamecock fans. It's tailgate season. So stock yours with plenty of fresh, locally grown, certified SC foods and drinks. Not only will you help support our state's farmers, enjoying farm to table can be on any table, like folding tables and your lap tables, truck tailgate tables, buffet tables, or whatever table. So choose fresh, choose local, choose certified SC. It's a matter of taste. Learn more at certifiedsc.com.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
We always picture the SEC student athlete for their speed, their vertical, their agility. But it's time we picture them for more. For their campus voice, their community outreach, and for the simple fact that 20 years later, they're still someone's pride and joy. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beaver ball just punched them in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield. Kickoff is fast approaching. Now let's get back to Todd Ellis and Coach Beamer. Brought to you by Contract Construction, leading the way on the $350 million transformational project at Williams-Brice Stadium.
Welcome back to the Shane Beamer pregame show. Thanks to Contract Construction for supporting Carolina football. And we've discussed thoroughly the new specialists you'll work with today and you've been working with, filling those major roles. But what are your thoughts on the athletes used in coverage and returns for special teams? How are we doing there? That's such a big thing with you. Depth, how are our athletes looking? Can we run and cover?
Yeah, I feel like we can and need to be better than we were last year. We were good as far as covering kicks last year. We weren't very good returning kicks, and that was disappointing, and that's on all of us. But I really do like our personnel from a return standpoint, who's going to be returning kicks, the personnel that we have out there blocking for those guys, and then certainly covering kicks and punts. We have more depth this year, Todd, than we did last year at a lot of positions, and when you have that depth, you're able to play more good players as well, whether it be at receiver, linebacker, running back, defensive back, and I like the group that we have out there. And then we've got a lot, like I said, a lot of, young players, 15 true freshmen that are here today that, some of those guys will be involved in those special teams, but those are also guys that I believe as the year goes will continue to find a role on special teams for us also.
Virginia Tech is a mobile and athletic quarterback in drones who's very much in the form of Sellers. What kind of plans do we have to limit his big play capability?
Yeah, he's a weapon. Not enough people are talking about him. He's a really good player. He's an older guy. He's played a lot of football. I read somewhere he had like the 4th or 5th most number of votes for preseason ACC Player of the Year this year. And so he's a talented guy. And, we go up against a guy like that in practice every day as well. But it'll be a big challenge for our defense. He does such a great job of being able to run the ball. When he runs the ball, he seeks out contact. He's not trying to make you miss. He wants to run you over. He can throw. He makes all the throws. And then he's done a really good job of when he does scramble, he's scrambling looking to throw the ball downfield. And they had a lot of touchdown passes last year where, he starts to run, defensive back comes out of coverage, and then they leave a receiver wide open and he throws a touchdown pass. So we've got to be very disciplined in the secondary when that happens. And then we've got to do a great job up front of disrupting him and not letting him get going.
You do such a good job, and when we win the turnover battle, and certainly have been the best since you've been at Carolina in getting turnovers. What do you think about this football team? Have you seen in preseason camp about protecting the football and getting takeaways?
Yeah, I have, and then hopeful that it'll carry over to today. We've been really good in our 4 years here of taking the ball away defensively, creating turnovers, but we've been very poor at protecting the ball, and it's something that we put an emphasis on and work really, really hard at, and we've emphasized it even more this year, tweaked some things that we do in practice to try and coach a little bit differently, and we've done a good job in practice. It's one of those, as a head coach, you wish you were creating more turnovers in practice from a defensive standpoint, but you love it as a coach from an offensive standpoint because you're not turning the ball over, and that starts with Lenoris making good decisions with the ball. And then our ball carriers doing a great job of carrying the ball with the right, ball security that we want.
You got your book here, Game Plan. I know it's got a couple keys in there, probably a laundry list, a couple pages, but give us one or two for an opener against Virginia Tech. Yeah,
the thing that we've been talking to our guys about all week, and you really just alluded to it. One is we need to affect Kyron Drones. If we allow him to run the ball, throw the ball, be comfortable, it's going to be a big challenge challenge for us today. So that's the first thing, and he is their offense, and that's no disrespect to their receivers and running backs because they've improved those positions, but he makes them go, and that's one. And then I think in any game ones, you always see the impact of special teams, and we've talked about it a lot with our team, whether it be Eastern Illinois, my very first game ever as the head coach. I think we blocked a punt and we had a fake field or a extra point, 2-point conversion. The next year was Georgia State. We had 2 block punts for touchdowns against Georgia State. That's going to be key, particularly in game ones when both teams are trying to figure it out and work out some kinks. A team that can make the most number of plays on special teams has a huge advantage, and that will be a big point of emphasis for us today.
Coach, good luck this afternoon. That will do it for the pregame show with Shane Beamer, brought to you by Contract Construction. Our starting lineups and more analysis from Tommy and Chet are next. Stay with us on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Contract Construction is proud to be South Carolina's premier athletic and education general contractor who is taking the lead on the $350 million transformation of Williams-Brice Stadium. Contract has already completed more than 30 projects on USC's Columbia campus, featuring the Williams-Brice Plaza upgrades and premium seating, the Long Family Football Operations Facility, Founders Park, Campus Village, East Quad, and West Quad. With over 40 years of building experience, Contract Construction is founded on teamwork and trusted results. Contract Construction, building what matters.
Dominant at 34. Yeah, 34. Bleeble Wood down 34. Dominant at 35. 35. Take it a bank at about 35. Do it again. 30.
Explore, bid, and grow with WorldNet Auctions annual truck and equipment auctions held in Greeleyville, South Carolina. Whether you're bidding on site or online at WorldNetAuctionsLive.com, this is your opportunity to score incredible deals. For details, call 843-426-4255. Licensed under South Carolina's Auctioneers License Number 3965F.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
When you see the SEC student athlete, it's easy to picture the swing, the stance, the form. But look closer, and you'll see the heart, the brain, the clutch lab partner, the avid two-stepper, the pride of a hometown, and a little brother's hero. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
The Gamecocks are a-calling, and Coach Beamer has the answers.
Line 1. Lenore Stellar's going left side.
Thanks to everyone for coming out. What an awesome crowd on a Thursday night. We need to make sure we have this and more every Thursday throughout the season as well.
Tune into Carolina Calls at our new time, Thursdays at 7 p.m. right here on your home for Gamecock football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. We're setting the table for South Carolina football. Welcome back to the Countdown to Kickoff. It's time now for today's Keys to the Game, sponsored by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places.
And welcome back to Atlanta, the Aflac Kickoff Classic. The Hokies are playing in their third Kickoff Classic. They lost twice to Alabama. This is the Gamecocks' first trip over, despite Gary Stokan and everybody in the Atlanta sports crowd wanting the Gamecocks to put a matchup together, and they have done it. And they're honoring the Beamer family. Frank Beamer, the Hall of Fame football coach and father of Shane Beamer, and Shane Beamer himself. Gary had known Shane and the Beamer family for a very long time, and pleased to have finally over that short drive from Columbia and around the state of South Carolina to Atlanta. Welcome in. I'm Todd Ellis, Tommy Suggs, Chet Tucker, and our full crew with us today. Douglas Kershaw Adams, our statistician. David Spence is our spotter. Dan Stewart, our engineer. Liz McMillan producing, and Chris Miller in the studio along with Michael Collins. Thank you all for being with us on the Gamecock Sports Network. We know you have choices, but this is the right choice for everything covering the Gamecocks. It's time for our Toyota Keys to the Game. Toyota's talk to your Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. And we're going to start down on the sideline now with Chet Tucker. Chet, give us a key, one or two, for the ball game today.
Boy, I'd love to be able to establish the run, let Rasul Faison make an impression for these fans. Also would love to see some continued progress from that young receiver corps. See some nice catches, them out on the play or out on the field, getting to block, just getting a taste of it so that they can continue to build on that throughout the season.
Tommy, we could go in a lot of different directions. You usually have one or two for sure that you rely on all the time. What's yours for the opening game?
Well, I think I guess I said earlier, I think it's one of those we need to concentrate on ourselves and not worry about Virginia Tech. And that means fundamentals, just the basic things our coaches have told our football team during the spring and during the fall camp. Do that and let everything else take care of itself. But I think the thing that comes down to me is one of the big issues is the kicking game, the specialties, because Kai Kroger is now the lead punter or the punter for the New Orleans Saints. We lost Hunter Rogers, the snapper. We lost Herrera. We lost a lot of people there. Everybody in those positions of holder, snapper, field goal kicker, extra point kicker, and punter are different people. That, to me, is very, very important here today. Last year, we were 1-2 on games decided by 3 points or less. For the last 4 years, we have been making 85.7% of our field goals, which is second in the SEC. Last year, we made 71.4. So we got to make field goals. And I think hopefully, like Steve Spurrier used to say, we don't need field goals, let's score touchdowns. Well, I agree. But in this conference and playing teams like Virginia Tech, we just got to make sure we don't have a big mess up in the specialty area. Especially in the opener. We've been really good at getting advantages. At Old Dominion, we end up having to block a punt. We get a fake in the openers under Shane Beamer and make big plays. Today, it can't be the downside being our special teams. My Toyota key to the game, Gamecocks could get their 7th straight regular season win today. And they've done that, Tommy, despite being worst in the league in lost yardage plays a year ago and giving up 41 sacks when we had the most active, experienced escape artist in all of college football. You don't need to be great with Lenoris under center, but we got to be better at not getting lost yardage plays and giving up sacks. I agree 100%. And go back to block punts. The last 4 years in the SEC, we're number 2 in block punts. We've had 16 we're number 1 in the SEC with 16. Georgia's number 2 with 9 block punts. So we have a lot of takeaways. We normally do that. Block punts, so the special area, we've got to perform better than we did last year. We could talk about it all day, but we don't have to talk much longer. Less than 15 minutes before we kick this off. The 2025 season opener against Virginia Tech and Atlanta at the Aflac Kickoff Classic. We'll have your starting lineups and more when we come back. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Hey Gamecock fans, welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where our bold Mayo has been winning over fans since 1917, where everyone's welcome, whether you're tailgating or watching from home. So cheer on the Garnet and Black as loud as you want, because as the official Mayo of University of South Carolina Athletics, we'll be cheering along with all of the Gamecock fans in Duke's Country. Find Duke's Mayo at a store near you or visit dukescountry.com to learn more.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beamer ball just punched him in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield. Kickoff is just around the corner. Now let's find out who'll be taking the field for the Gamecocks with today's starting lineups.
Welcome back into the booth here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. A special time as Frank Beamer and his lovely wife Cheryl are being honored, and he is giving the invocation before today's ball game. The Hall of Fame coach, of course, built his entire career and built the Virginia Tech program. 4 conference championships and an amazing run at Virginia Tech, and also raised a pretty good son and football coach in Shane Beamer along the way. You know, we get to see him almost every weekend when the Gamecocks are playing, Tommy, but to say he's a first-class guy and gentleman is a massive understatement, and obviously a tough football coach.
No question about it. Just did one heck of a job. Wonderful wife, wonderful daughter as well. Lived in Charlotte with a few kids up there, and love Cheryl, love them. They're, you know, the Beamers are neighbors of ours, and we get to see them when they're in town some. And really, I mean, just special people, no question about it.
Let's get into our starting lineups. And Tommy, the offensive line for the Gamecocks, it's always good when you got 2 anchors on each side. Josiah Thompson, the freshman All-American from Dillon, South Carolina, at 6'7", 300, is back at the left tackle spot. And right tackle is Kason Henry, 6'6", 310, from Marietta, Georgia. He's had some knee injuries, but he got most improved in the spring. And frankly, Tommy, maybe one of the biggest surprises on the team a year ago. He was much more stable. He stayed healthy, and a really good job at right tackle.
He really did. He came in some key times last year and really played a lot of football for us. So nice to have those 2 tackle positions somewhat solidified.
And the guards, Trevon Ball, played a bunch of football. Big, strong young man, 6'3", 335. Thought he might start at that right guard a year ago. The junior from Atlanta, Georgia, 8 starts as a freshman. And here's a new name for you, Bose Stanley at center, number 50, 6'3", 325, redshirt junior from Bogart, Georgia. 12 starts at center and guard from Troy. He's a transfer. And Tommy, we may have seen Cedric Surratt today at the left guard spot, 6'4", 336.
A freshman, a true freshman.
Yeah, on our Prisma Health injury report, he is out of the lineup today. Rodney Newsom, number 65, will start in that spot, 6'3", 310, 5th year, is a transfer from Western Kentucky. We'll have this lineups continue and much more as we're at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, about to kick this off in 8 minutes or so. We'll continue to get you ready for the call of the game on the countdown to kickoff after this on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
Hey y'all, Coach Shane Beamer here. Football season is upon us, and that means Columbia is welcoming fans from around the corner and across the country. No matter where you're from, Gamecocks love coming together for game day energy that can only be found in South Carolina's capital city. Book hotel rooms, find pre- and post-game activities, and plan your tailgate spread with local favorites from pimento cheese to barbecue at experiencecolumbiasc.com. We'll see you soon, and go Gamecocks.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebacker's knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown!
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. We're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Carolina Calls has flown the coop, and they've landed at a new time, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights.
Gives other guys an opportunity, and that's what's fun about coaching. And
some of the freshmen were going to be in many roles throughout the lineup.
Yeah, no, I like our freshman class. When people do recruiting rankings, they got the last 2 years of recruiting here for us correct.
7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us here on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Tommy Suggs, Chet Tucker, I'm Todd Ellis. Welcome back to Atlanta. Gamecocks about to open up the 2025 season, ranked number 13 in the country. And Tommy, we're just talking on our Prisma Health injury report. Left guard is going to be played by Rodney Newsom today, although he was kind of an oar on the depth chart to begin with. 6'3", 310, 6-year player from Western Kentucky. Cedric Surratt from Gaffney, South Carolina, the freshman, is out. We've also got some defensive ends that have been banged up, Tommy, but that's been kind of the middle of camp. We've gotten used to that, but we have some other players that need to step into that role to assist us there, and a couple of those guys are really young players, including Anthony Addison, 6'4", 230-pound freshman from Sumter, South Carolina. Jatius Gear, of course, we've had, and Damon Clowney. Yes, that Clowney, not the same guy, but relations from Baltimore, Maryland. Started at Ole Miss, Charlotte for 23 and 24, 33 games over his career. Some of those guys may play because we're really down to about 4 defensive ends.
Yeah,
right
but
now.
I think the main guy is still going to be Thomas, who's played off and on a good bit, and they feel pretty good about him. He's put on like 10 pounds, so that helps too.
That's our Prisma Health Injury Report. Proud to be the official healthcare system and team physicians for the Gamecocks. We're going to step away. We'll have our coin toss and opening kickoff next on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage is picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beamer ball just punched them in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. playing for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at GamecocksOnline.com.
Both teams out on the field. We're getting ready to kick this one off in 3 minutes. Get settled in, get set, get their people around you, get your beverage, get your food, but it's time for Gamecock football. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Tommy, Carolina came out traditionally, of course, to 2001. And the Hokies traditionally came out to Enter the Sandman from Metallica. Strong presence by both schools here. But certainly more Gamecocks, I think, are in the building ready for Carolina.
Yeah, the strongest presence in Atlanta, folks, is the Cosmo convention. There was here, 40,000.
Cosplay,
whatever it is. I mean, walking around is crazy.
That's so true. 40,000 people. Here's the coin toss. Jet.
Gentlemen, we got some special dignitaries. Come on in nice and tight, please. We have Mr. Ruff here. He's the vice president of Aflac. He's going to flip the toss along with Mr. Miller. He's the president as well. So we're here today with a coin. Today's coin features the logo. Aflac kickoff is heads, and the teams on the opposite side will be tails. Virginia Tech, you guys are the visitors. We'll call the toss. What is your call? Heads. Heads is called. Have the honors, sir, please. It is a head. You've won the toss.
So we will defer to
the second half. Great. You would like the ball. Which way would you like to kick?
You want to kick? This way.
Awesome. Virginia Tech won the toss. Defer the choice to the second half. South Carolina will receive in this end zone. Gentlemen, let's have a great ball game.
The great George Rogers is our honorary captain representing the Gamecocks down on the field today. Heisman Trophy winner. Could we have another one? Could it start with a run today with Lenoris Sellers, the most feared, or one of, certainly, player in America at the end of the season a year ago. Number 16 will come on offense with his new squad. And Tommy, what a great relief it was for Shane Beamer, for Lenoris Sellers, but certainly for Rasul Faison, who this past week finally got his eligibility from the NCAA for the waiver to play his 7th year of football, and we should see him today, maybe a lot.
Yeah, I think so, and because the NCAA allowed him to go through practice, which was a good sign. A good sign. Carolina felt that they allowed him to do that. He had to work through some other stuff, but finally got there, and so it takes away a lot of uncertainty in the offensive backfield, because he'll definitely play a lot. Attaway will as well. We got Howell back there. We got some others. It'll be by committee somewhat, but I think as the season wears on, Faison and probably Attaway will end up being your guys. But they also speak highly of Matt Fuller. We got a lot of running back folks.
I think that's been overblown about that position. We're really good. Kyle Lowe will kick off for Virginia Tech. It's Nick Harbor and Luke Doty back for the Gamecocks. Harbor right on the goal line. They kick to him. Harbor backs up. Now he's going to let it go over his head. And that's a touchback. And the world-class sprinter will jog over to the huddle. We'll check these lineups as the Gamecocks pop out onto the field. Josiah Thompson at left tackle. Rodney Newsom at left guard. Bo Stanley at the center. Javon Ball at right guard. Kason Henry at right tackle. Here comes big number 16, Lenoris Sellers. SEC's Freshman of the Year, Football Writers National Freshman of the Year, preseason second team All-SEC. Oscar Attaway's the tailback. It's a 3 wide receiver set. Mazio Bennett's in the slot over to the left side. Lenoris working out of the shotgun. Brings The tight end over, now wants to dump it over to him. Maurice Brown in the flat towards the Gamecock bench. Runs over one man, first down Carolina, and Shane Beamer comes out and slaps him on his pads as the Gamecocks gain 14 on the first play of the ball game.
A new little wrinkle right there. We didn't see that last year. I think you'll see a lot of the same plays we had last year, maybe different formations, maybe a few little wrinkles here and there, but basically kind of narrowed it down this week for the first game, but still a few little wrinkles.
And Dracus Jacobs checks in. Brady Hunt's going to come into the backfield with Attaway out of the shotgun. Little pressure up front. Want to throw it again. Crossing route is caught. That's at the 45 of Virginia Tech. Nick Harbor. And that's a first down, Carolina. Tommy, what a good sign if we could get number 8 going early.
Well, and also he doesn't drop the first one we throw at him, because he has a tendency to have done that a lot last year. The first one we throw at him, he dropped it, then he catches everything else. But that's a big one right there, really big one.
20-yard gain on the play. 2 passes from Sellers so far, and they're on the Virginia Tech side of the field. Just underway, and Atlanta out of the gun, going to run it this time. It's Attaway, stutter step. Somebody got him from behind. Now they're bend and twist him at the 40. And his teammates will pick him up. It's a gain maybe of 1 on the play. 2nd and 9 upcoming.
I'll tell you another thing about Harbor that's really critical to this football team is they gave up track in the spring. He didn't run track. He wanted to concentrate on football. What a great sign. It meant a lot to the football team to do that.
Jordan Dingle comes in, tight end. They'll throw out in the flat. This is Hunt off the fake from Sellers all the way down the Tech sideline and around the 22-yard line. They knock him out of bounds. Tommy, play action twice. Waggle in the flat to the tight end has been wide open. That one's good for 20 yards as well.
He releases in the flat. No one is there. They decoy a couple of wideouts going some other place. A little misdirection in the backfield sets it up perfectly.
Carolina going quickly. Sellers out of the gun again. It will be inside with a bouncing Attaway. Not much going. He'll try the right side late. And maybe falls forward for a yard or so. Another 2nd down and 9 upcoming. Carolina's got it. This is their first drive. They're inside the Hokies 20-yard line.
One thing Coach Schuler told me this week, he said, we're going to go fast, not because of anything we saw from Virginia Tech, but our kids like going fast. It makes them comfortable to go fast. So just watch for that probably the entire ball game.
Hunt in the backfield. They'll run it again straight at the middle. Attaway had some room, and they cut him down right as he gets and falls inside the 15-yard line. A gain of 4 on the play. It will be 3rd down upcoming. Tommy, they could get to the Hokies 10-yard line to pick up a first down.
Yeah, 3rd down last year. The Gamecocks pretty good on 3rd down. Had 36%, I'm sorry, not 36, 43% on 3rd down conversions.
3rd down and 5. They empty the backfield. Oscar Attaway goes out to the left side. Lenore's quarterback draw straight at the middle. Breaks a tackle, 10-5. Are you kidding me? Opening drive. Number 16 leaves off where he left off a year ago. 15 yards. Touchdown Carolina. Touchdown Lenore Sellers. He had 7 rushing TDs a year ago. He gets his first on the opening drive in Atlanta.
That's about as pretty a first opening drive I've seen a Carolina team have in a long time. Probably never such in an opening game. We've struggled a little bit in the last few years, but very, very well executed drive. Good calling by Mike Schuler, new offensive coordinator, and his staff, and just very comfortable to watch Sellers hook up with his receivers.
Here's William Joyce and the rest of the new specialists to come on. He gets the extra point. He had Mason Love holding, and Cole Rasmussen is the new snapper. Tommy, they didn't stop anything on that drive. The Gamecocks did what they wanted, and they took it down the field in a hurry. 7 plays, 75 yards, finished by a 15-yard touchdown run by Lenore Sellers. Carolina's up 7-0 in the first quarter. We'll be back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey y'all, Coach Shane Beamer here. Football season is upon us, and that means Columbia is welcoming fans from around the corner and across the country. No matter where you're from, Gamecocks love coming together for game day energy that can only be found in South Carolina's capital city. Book hotel rooms, find pre- and post-game activities, and plan your tailgate spread with local favorites from pimento cheese to barbecue at experiencecolumbiasc.com. We'll see you soon, and go Gamecocks.
The Gamecocks are a-calling, and Coach Beamer has the answers.
Line one. Lenore Sellers going left side.
Thanks to everyone for coming out. What an awesome crowd on a Thursday night. We need to make sure we have this and more every Thursday throughout the season as well.
Tune into Carolina Calls at our new time, Thursdays at 7 p.m. right here on your home for Gamecock football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
All-American Heating and Air has proudly served the Midlands for over 30 years. As a veteran and family-owned business, we stand behind our heroes on and off the field. This season, for every sack the Gamecocks record, All-American Heating and Air is donating $200 to support veterans in need who are proud to back Gamecock football and those who worn our nation's uniform. Let our family help your family. Gamecocks, 7 plays, 75 yards. Lenora Sellers, 15 yards out on the run. He gets his first touchdown of the year. Tommy, we had 4 plays on that drive of 14 yards or more. Really, really good job by the offense, and as you mentioned, Mike Shula calling it.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, is we seem to throw passes right there to start the game that were not hard completion passes, and easy little dumps to the tight ends that released and things like that. And then, of course, the one across the middle to Harp was not an easy pass, but Lenore's right on the market there. Big target, regardless he made it. So, that's a good-looking drive. Good-looking drive.
Here's Max Kelly to kick off. And a fair catch taken at the 1-yard line by Virginia Tech. And Kelly's the new kicker on the football team. Big leg. They're excited about what he could do and can do for them this year. Mason Love can kind of do it all. The guy who will punt, he can kick field goals and kick off. He's the backup in that role on both sides and probably kick some long field goals as well as punts.
Yeah, he kicked 2 field goals against Miami last year, 52 and 57 yards in the same game.
And here's their fine quarterback, Kyron Drones, 6'2", 235 senior. 1st and 10 at the 25. Send 3 out right side. Now hand off up the middle. Marcellus Hawkins, the 5'11", 219-pounder. Transfer from Central Mizzou, gets 2 yards on the play. No question, Tommy, they're going to test the middle of that defensive line right off the bat. It looks like the Hokies will go quickly as well. Goodwine and Nick Barrett in the middle of that defensive line. 4-man front for Carolina. Dylan Stewart looks like he's ready to launch. Drones out of the shotgun. Going to run it himself up the middle. Gets hit hard as he dives and knifes his way up to about the 34-yard line or so.
I'll tell you one thing, folks. We think we got a good quarterback in Sellers, and we do. Drones is good, too.
Yes,
preseason
really good.
All-ACC player nominee. So he's a good one. So we're going to have a battle of quarterbacks here today, probably.
And our first 3rd down for the Hokies. 3rd and 3 at their own 32-yard line. 7-0 Carolina, 11:15 to go in the first quarter. First drive for Virginia Tech. A bunch formation now, man in motion and movement left side.
False start, number 79. Offense, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Offensive line coach came over from West Virginia. They also with them brought a few players over. 2 of the starters from West Virginia that transfers in, came in the spring. New offensive coordinator as well. So a lot of new people on that offensive side of the ball for Virginia Tech.
So Johnny Garrett's infraction now moves it to a 3rd down and 8 after the penalty. Hawkins is alone back in the backfield. Drones walks up to his offensive line. Got a walked-up linebacker for the Gamecocks. They'll back out, rush 4, quick slant route, left side, incomplete. Carolina on the coverage here. They wanted to go to Green, and they got the hand in. That was Brandon Cisse, the newcomer, 6 foot, 190-pound junior from Sumter, knocks the ball away, and it's 4th down for the Hokies.
You know, we didn't have a lot of pressure that time, but we had enough to force Thrones to throw the ball backing up, Todd. And you know, as a quarterback, you can't, very seldom do you make a good accurate throw when you're throwing off your back heels. And that's what he did. He threw it a little bit behind him, and good defensive play as well by the cornerback.
Nick Velcitus, 6'2" senior from Fairfax, Virginia. First year punting, stands at his own 11-yard line. There's movement. And that might be the Gamecocks.
I think it was, yeah.
You might have been coming after that one, Tommy, because normally you're not going to be that much on the hunt as Shane Beamer steps out on the field.
I think he,
Offside, number 14, defense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
Yeah, I think that you kind of take a chance here. You come after him if you have to, but I don't think they'll go for it here.
Still 4th and 3 after the penalty, but it gives them another chance to talk.
Yeah, it does.
And now Coach Beamer is pulling back his defense. They're about to run the first-team defense out. And Virginia Tech will appear to reset to punt the football. Velcitus takes the football. Carolina coming. They don't get it. A spinning punt. And this Bakari Swain's got it at the 25, jumps over one man, falls forward, and then the Hokies corral him around the 26 or 7-yard line or so. So Carolina, knowing that the punt block and the block game has been so good for them, best in the league over the Shane Beamer era, come after that one. They don't get it. A 45-yard punt, 3-yard return, but they're up 7-0 with 10:34 to go, and they'll have the football when we come back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus lease cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus lease cash on the lease of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. The Gamecocks are a-calling, and Coach Beamer has the answers.
Line 1. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown, Carolina.
Thanks to everyone for coming out. What an awesome crowd on a Thursday night. And need to make sure we have this and more every Thursday throughout the season as well.
Tune in to Carolina Calls at our new time, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Right here on your home for Gamecock football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at GamecocksOnline.com.
Good start for the Gamecock defense as well as they get Virginia Tech off the field, Tommy. And as you pointed out, pressure, but with a 4-man rush. Maybe Drones had to throw a little bit early, and then it's nice to see the newcomers come in and make plays right away. I mean, we saw a lot of guys at camp. We heard about a lot of guys at camp, but nobody talked more about than Brandon Cisse, the junior from Sumter, South Carolina, a transfer from NC State. I mean, he just walked right in to be the starter on that side, and we've got some good corners.
Got some very good corners. Feel very good about what we've got back there from the standpoint of talent, experience. And I'll tell you, I was at practice one day, and Shane walked over and he said, "Did you have linebackers like that when you were at Carolina?" I said, "I didn't have offensive linemen."
Yeah, exactly. It's a dream.
Could run like. I mean, so we lost 5 kids off the defensive unit. We know them all: Emmett Morey, Sanders, Demetrius Knight, Bam Martin Scott, Debo Williams, all these are great players, went to pros, all this stuff. But good defensive first series right there.
Second series for the Gamecocks on offense. Lenore Sellers at the 25, blitz. Rasul Faison is in the ball game. He's hitting the backfield. Boy, they timed that out right. Just as the snap was coming, 2 linebackers into the backfield, -2 for Faison on his first run as a Gamecock.
Yeah, ran right into the blitz that time.
He got the waiver on August 25th. Second team All-Mountain West honors a season ago, rushing for 1,100 yards at Utah State. He's talented, though. You could see him, along with another one I think we'll see, Isaiah Auguste. Pistol formation, Faison there. They'll hand it up to him left side. He gets hit again right in the line of scrimmage. Maybe falls forward to the original line of scrimmage. No, we'll call it just 1 yard, so it'll be 3rd down and 11 coming up for the Gamecocks.
Interesting, we came out the first time throwing the ball a good bit on the drive. This time 2 runs to start it off. Nothing wrong with that. Just a little bit different strategy.
Donovan Murph, the freshman wide receiver from Irmo, South Carolina, checks into the ball game. He'll go over to the right side. Brady Hunt goes into the slot, one in the backfield. That's Faison. He blocks up the middle. Now Sellers going to roll right, going to run it himself, trying to get to the first down. He does, and steps out of bounds on the Gamecock sideline. Sellers again with the legs. This one's good for 13 yards and moves the chains. Carolina with that 7-0 lead will keep the football.
You know, looks to me that so far, and it's so early, but he's kind of picking up where he left off last year.
Ran hard on that play to get around the corner. 2 wide receivers to the short side. He wants to go in that direction. Got a man out in the flat, throwing late across the middle, and Harbor can't quite bring it in. It looked like Nick stopped on the route, Tommy, and give credit to the Hokies defensive back. That's actually Donovan Murph. It's 6, not 8. And but Murph just didn't get to the football.
Yeah, I think also the Sullivan may have gotten a little greedy right there. You know, he had the tight end wide open in the flat, but he wanted to go downfield on Bennett, who was streaking down the field and just couldn't get it to him.
2nd down and 10. Good protection, crossing route. There's Harbor, and he dropped the football.
That's the drop. Yep.
There's a crossing route. They've run it 1,000 times this summer. And Nick was wide open. Couldn't quite bring it into his chest. Caught it with his hands. Not too hard, but could not pull it in to wrap it up. And that'll bring up another 3rd down. The Gamecocks will send out Jacobs over to the right, empty the backfield. Michael Smith's in the ball game, tight end. Wearing number 4 this year. They'll rush just 3. Sellers got plenty of time, dumps it out in the flats. Got Michael Smith. Smith trying to dive toward the marker, not even close to it. The good effort was there. He really wanted to go down the field to Harbor. They stretched it out, a gain just of 6. And that should be 4th and 3, and it is. Well, Shane Beamer's got the offense out on the field at midfield, really at the Carolina 46-yard line, and it is 4th down and 3 with 8:25 to go in the first quarter. Carolina leading 7-0. Beamer going to go for it on a 4th and 3 in the first quarter, and Atlanta. Sellers out of the gun. Moves Faison over to the right side, now steps back. Motion over to the left side from Bennett. Bennett goes in motion, now back to the right. Now they're going to take a timeout, or is it delay a game?
Delay a game.
Yes.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Could not draw the Hokies, Tommy, on a 4th and 3 to try to get that pickup. And now after the penalty, they'll probably bring the punter out, and they do. Mason Love for the first time today. 6'1", 191-pound redshirt freshman from Riverside, Missouri, ranked by Coles as the nation's top punter and 22nd best kicker. I watched out there a couple of days. He was crushing it in the indoor facility. Let's see how he'll get this one away. Off the left hash mark of his own 46. Love. Right foot into it, a spinner, kind of away from the return man. Gonna let it bounce, and it's a good Gamecock bounce inside the 10-yard line. Boy, Tucker Holloway with a mistake there, Tommy. He neither ran up fast enough to grab it out of the air, and then that thing took several bounces in the favor of the Gamecocks. 49-yard punt for Mason Love. And the Gamecocks hold that lead, but the Hokies are on offense when we come back. It's 7-0 Carolina. This is Carolina football from Learfield. Open at the 10, the 5, steps up and high, steps into the end zone. Touchdown Carolina.
Hey Gamecock fans, this is Coach Shane Beamer, and I want to encourage you to fly local. From takeoff to touchdown, the team and I support our local airport. For more information about the official airport of the Gamecocks and for a list of CAE's nonstop destinations, visit flycae.com.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at gamecocksonline.com.
Welcome back to the Aflac Kickoff Classic in Atlanta, Georgia, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Tommy Suggs, I'm Todd Ellis. Chet Tucker's down on the sideline. Let's check in with Chet in this nice air-conditioned environment. We're not going to spoil you the rest of the season, Chet, but listen, I don't know what your perspective is, but I think we had the Nick Harbor drop, maybe another one with Donovan Murph. Nobody on Virginia Tech has really stopped this Gamecock offense so far.
That's correct, and as both of the players were coming off the field, it seemed like Nick Harbor was indicating that he didn't pick the ball up soon enough. Playing in a dome, it's a lot different than being outside, a little bit harder to see. There's not as much contrast, particularly with the big stands behind the receiver when he's looking back towards the quarterback. I think it's just going to take a little bit of adjustment to get used to picking the ball up out of his hand.
They'll keep trying him.
Yeah, another thing about him too, Todd, pardon me, is that there's some talk around football program that he doesn't catch the ball as well in the indoor practice facility as he does outside too in Columbia. So that could be something. It could be an adjustment with his eyes. Who knows? But I don't want to go there because I don't know what I'm talking about except what I've heard. And he caught the first one though. So
they're going to go back to him. That was a wide open play.
Yeah, we're going to keep going to him. No question about that. Good kid.
All right, here's Drones, the senior, 6'2", 235 from Houston, Texas. Had surgery in the spring. Is quite the athlete. Talking about him being player of the year in the conference. 3 wide receivers set and Hawkins over to his left side. Now they'll run sky motion behind him. Drone's going to pick up the football, throw it on the outside edge to that sky back. And that's Heath. Taki Heath, the 5'10", 163-pound sophomore, on the wide receiver swing pass. It's a 4-yard gain of a play, 2nd down and 6 upcoming. New offensive coordinator for the Hokies after last season. Philip Montgomery, co-offensive coordinator for the Birmingham Stallions in 2024. He was at Auburn as well. He's come in now to help Coach Pry. Out of the gun, and they're going to sweep it to the right side, turning the corner. And that's Hawkins all the way up to about the 19-yard line. He needed to get to the 20. Let's see where they spot it. It'll be a 5-yard gain and short. They're coming quickly up to the line of scrimmage. Carolina leads this 7-0 in the season opener with 6:35 to go in the first quarter here in Atlanta. Drones up to the line, stack wide receivers over to the right side. He wants to throw it, fade route. Gamecock sideline, that's Pucci over there in coverage. Cisse in coverage, and they come down with it. He had man-to-man for a 25-yard gain, and Donovan Green with the catch for the Hokies. Cisse didn't just get his head around on that play, Tom.
That's exactly right. Just got to turn it around and just find the ball just like the receiver does, and we were a little late doing it.
1st and 10 after the completion at their own 45-yard line. Jones wants to go back to work. No pressure yet, and a great throw on an out route at the 50-yard line into Gamecock territory. And he gets cut down right at about the 19-yard line. That's Aiden Green from Knoxville, Tennessee. That's a 36-yard catch and run. Wow, what a throw right there, Tommy. On the outside shoulder, gunned, and pretty good coverage on the play. Kilgore finally makes the stop, but the Hokies are in the red zone, trailing by 7. And play again, and Drones got to throw this one away. Big Dylan Stewart almost came free. Drones with a good job stepping up in the pocket to avoid the hit by the All-American, but then throws it away. 2nd and 10 upcoming. Ryan Thomas on pressure as well. Both bookends there on that one. And by far, the best drive of the early afternoon for the Hokies. 5:23 to go in the first. 7-0 Carolina. Drones taking a long time at the line of scrimmage. Carolina crowding at the moment. Press coverage everywhere. No safety back. Now 2 safety slide back. Drones out of the gun. Want to throw it. Quick slant route. Gunned it at the 9-yard line. It goes through the hands of his intended wide receiver.
I'll tell you, Brian
Thomas was coming.
Brian, you're right. Brian Thomas just unloaded on Drones that time. He had to throw it quicker than normal. Got to keep getting a little pressure on this guy. He'll beat you if you don't do that.
Cameron Seldon, the intended receiver, that was out of an absolute bazooka. I don't think anybody could have caught that one. 3rd down and 10. They can get to the Gamecocks' 10-yard line. Drones look back over to the sidelines to get a late signal. Hurt his back last year as MCL missed 4 games. He looks good today, though. 3 seconds on the. Now they call timeout. Play clock is running down. They were trying to spread it out.
Virginia Tech has taken their first charge timeout of the half. 30 seconds.
What'd you say, Tommy? Coach Spurrier used to say you don't win games kicking field goals. That's what Virginia Tech knows right now. They got 10 yards to go to get it down to the 10 and keep this drive alive, or they'll be cranking up their field goal kicker.
Exactly. They've done a good job with this drive, though, making some good plays, running the ball effectively through the middle, but letting Drones do what he does best, and that is throw it to the outside. And as you said a couple of times, he's got a gun for an arm, and really made some good throws. And so it's going to be a testy one, as I said earlier, too, because you got 2 good quarterbacks today. And as long as you got good quarterbacks in college now, really good quarterbacks, you're going to probably stay in most games.
Cool Care, Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Refrigeration is proud to be Gamecock Football's official review sponsor. Schedule an official review of your HVAC unit for the winter. Call them at 803-772-7715 or schedule online at coolcarehvac.com. 3rd and 10 at the Gamecock 20-yard line, just right outside of it. Drones back in the shotgun again, looking over to that left side. He's got 3 wide receivers that way. Stumbles with the football. Here comes Stewart. He can't get him. Drones rolling right side, throwing to the end zone, picked off. The Gamecocks come out of the end zone. That's the only mistake they made.
That's the only one. You're right. Yeah.
Only mistake that they made. And that spread, J.R. Johnson, 6'4", 240-pound freshman from Norfolk, Virginia, with his first big play as a Gamecock. That's all we've been talking about this fall on that defensive side. They think he's the next great linebacker. And Tommy, who else made picks in the end zone in season openers at the linebacker spot? Sky Moore twice against North Carolina. That one saved it there as Johnson made the mistake of coming out of the end zone. And the Gamecocks have it, though, at the 2-yard line and saved the 3 points, much less 6.
The biggest mistake that was made by Drones throwing it because there was nobody there. There was a receiver behind these 2 guys, but there were 2 black jerseys in front of him. So hard pass to throw. I'm sure he wishes he had never thrown it because they probably could have gotten 6.
Back up in the end zone here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The Carolina logo. Faison's in the ball game. Seller's going to get under center. Big unit is in there, and immediately the linebacker comes darting through there, and no gain on the play for Faison. As we got the jumbo package, Tommy, we went in tight but didn't block the inside linebacker.
Yeah, you know, we said earlier, Todd, those 3 guys in the middle probably need to a little concerned about that, and they're new guys, and it's okay. They'll get there, but right now they're kind of Virginia Tech's playing pretty well over there.
Second down, actually more than 10-yard lines. How about a long one to Harbor? Sellers is in the end zone, and they're going to sack him. Touchback. Safety play. -2, and it's a safety. Oh, man, Fred Johnson's going to be crushing himself now. He put the Gamecocks in that position, and then Sellers can't escape for once, and they sack him for a safety.
You know, you just got to get rid of that. You got to know where you are. That's all on Sellers, in my opinion. I love the kid, but just that's not a good play right there. You just got to throw the ball away. Throw it away. He had the receivers to throw away, and I think probably just not a good heads-up play.
You know, he has so much confidence in his ability to get away. Probably leaned on it too much there, and it's now 7-2 after the safety. You know, that's the kind of thing that a young player is not used to playing a lot and makes a lot of plays in Fred Johnson. But he caught it 2 yards deep in the end zone. Just the excitement brings it out, and that put Carolina's offense in a tough situation. And now Carolina will have to kick/punt it away with Mason Love standing at the Carolina 20-yard line. So Virginia Tech, of course, gets it back, and Love's going to find a way to boot this away. He spins one, and Tech will come over at their own 31-yard line. Pick it up immediately and across their 40. And that's Prelo, DJ Prelo, 5'11", 182-pound senior with the return and great field position. So you get the Gamecocks stop, then the safety, and it's 7-2 here in Atlanta with 4:28 to go in the first quarter. 13-yard return on the play. And this defense time, he's got to come right back out on the field for Carolina.
Yeah, they do. They play pretty well so far, though. As I said earlier, I think Drones making some good plays in that last drive versus defense, but had some people covered, just didn't turn around, didn't make a play or two here and there. But still got to continue to get good pass rush on Drones. Stewart on the last play nearly got him back there before he threw the interception, and they just got to keep the pressure.
Drones just 3 of 7 so far. He's had some drops. And they'll run the football again. That's Hawkins up the middle. Man, it's great to see Desmond Umazulo in the ball game for Carolina, Tommy. 246 pounds, 6'6", from Maryland, Marlboro, Maryland. He's an Under Armour All-American. Has been trying to get on the field more and more. And big number 9, who looks like he's ready to play pro football, is now finally getting his chance. Made the stop on that play. Now Prelo back in the backfield, 4 wide receivers. They'll come in motion. Drones drops back. There's a blitz from his backside. He doesn't see it, and they hit him, and the ball is incomplete. He barely got away. JT Gear and a blitzing corner coming for Carolina. And what a nice job by the Gamecocks. And they'll call it a 3rd down. Kendall Davis Jr., wearing number 5, came in on the blitz on the play, along with JT Gear. Drones looking back to go to the sidelines. Jeremiah Coney is in the ball game at tailback for the first time. 4 seconds left on the play clock. Carolina's got 5 men up. They bring them. They pick it up initially, sling it down the sideline, flag on the play, into coverage. That ball was caught. Oh, my gosh.
It was, yeah.
2 Gamecocks there, and Aiden Green got it, but there's a flag on the play. Hold on. Dylan Stewart's got his fist up in the air like I'm used to it. They were holding. What a bullet by Drones.
What a great.
Dropped it in between Bakari Swain and DQ Smith.
A great reception that time by the receiver, because all those guys around him, he kept his eye on the ball, knew where it was, and kind of went up with his hands and just made a good grab, really good grab.
It's a Big 12 officiating crew.
Personal foul, chop block, number 4 and number 66. Offense, 15-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Wow. That's Michael Vandervelde, our referee. So that's Coney who was blocking, along with his offensive lineman right tackle Montavious Cunningham.
Correction, that foul was on number 62 and 4. 62 and 4.
A little bit of holding on that right side, too, that time.
By the unusual.
Offensive tackle.
You watch any offensive play, you're going to find a holding call if you're looking for it. All right, that makes it third down now. 3rd and 24. Third and a Swansea dirt road for Virginia Tech. Carolina up 7-2. Drone's going to hand it off. Koenig's trying to get to the edge, a little stiff arm, and then Johnson's there, the big linebacker, tracked it down inside and out, and what a big hit on the play.
He can cover some space. Yes. There's no telling. He can cover some space.
That's -1 on the play. Oh, he unleashed, too. Now that I watched that replay, as soon as he got there, it was in a bad way.
Yeah, he was mad when he got there. No question about that one.
They'll bring the punt team on for Virginia Tech here in the first quarter. 3 minutes now, 3 minutes to go. Nick Veltsitas will punt it away for the Hokies, 7-2 Carolina. And Bakari Swain is set back again to return the punt. Oh, a good punt, spinning, but will not turn over. Swain's going to have some room here. He drops it, picks it up, and is going to lose some yards back to the 19-yard line. I think he knew he had a lane or two or some good blocking on the play and can't get the return. 46-yard punt. Tommy, I really expected we'd see Kilgore back there all the time. He was so good with it a year ago and just so reliable. I don't think he's the flashiest in the return game. Maybe not the moves that, say, the Bakari Swain has, but he does catch it.
He does, and that time it looked like Swain caught it but had trouble tucking it away. That's kind of when it fell out. Kind of like Harper when he caught the pass or dropped the pass going across the middle. So got to show that up a little bit because there were some orange jerseys down there pretty close to him.
Oscar Attaway's back in the ball game. He's left the Sellers. 1st and 10. They'll run with him into the boundary, right side. A patient Attaway's going to get knocked out of bounds on the Gamecock bench. Maybe gained 1 or 2. Virginia Tech, Tommy, good job up front so far. Carolina not much in the run game, except with Sellers' 15-yard touchdown run in the red zone to make it 7-0. And then Virginia Tech, after Carolina got a turnover, got a safety on Sellers in the end zone.
Gotten a little, I wouldn't say predictable here, but run 2 plays and throw the third.
And it's Oscar Attaway up the middle on the right side again. A little more production that time, 3 yards. Just shy of the 25-yard line. Oscar, of course, from North Little Rock, Arkansas, transferred from North Texas. His 2nd season with the Gamecocks. He turns 25 in October. Had 295 yards as a backup to Rocket Sanders a year ago. More than capable, though. 3rd down and 6. Carolina up 7-2. 1:33 to go in the first. Sellers in the pocket. Good protection. Now breaks down. Now going to try to Brady Hunt over the middle. And it's high on the play, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Ty, we came out of opening drive, rolled it out, throwing to tight end, releasing in the flat, and kind of rolling Sellers out of the pocket. Now we've gone to a run game and dropping back in the pocket, and we haven't been as effective. So let's see if the coaches change that mind up a little bit going forward.
We also didn't go fast either, Tommy.
We didn't go fast, no.
Yep,
just a whole different strategy the last two drives.
Here's Mason Love to punt again. He had a 49-yarder. Got a good bounce on it. And the Gamecocks are set. And a good snap. Not a great punt. Low. And again, it takes a favorable bounce. This time picked up by Holloway, and he's cut down immediately over by the Gamecock bench.
That's 2 off the side of his foot. So first time he's ever punted in a big-time game. So let's give him a break or 2. But he needs to make sure that he can boom it out there like we see him in practice.
51-yard punt, 5-yard return, starting to balance out the time of possession. Carolina was 7:58 here in the first quarter to Virginia Tech's 5:47. They're really good quarterbacks so far. Have made some big plays and not looked great at times. Drones particularly been under some heat. All right, now Goodwine and Brownlow Dindy are the defensive tackles. Stewart and Gear are the ends. Drone's going to roll right. Got plenty of time now under pressure. Throwing out of bounds, incomplete. Good coverage down the field for Carolina. And nice pursuit by Sean Murphy, Tommy, the other linebacker we brought in, the transfer from Manassas, Virginia.
Yeah, good coverage downfield by Norwood, Swain. lot of guys were in the pockets of the receivers downfield, so that helped a lot.
Justin Okoronkwo is in the ball game as well, the other linebacker. So the backups are there. Okoronkwo, I can't wait to watch him. 6'3", 231 pounds. He is special. And they'll slide him out. And Drones wants to throw out in the flat. He's got his man quickly knocked out of bounds. Murphy covering on the play. That's Heath, the wide receiver. His second catch of the day. That one's good for 6 yards. Now Virginia Tech got a more manageable third down. 3rd and 4 with 59 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Carolina up 7-2. 2025 season opener. Great to be with you. Great to have football back on the Gamecock Sports Network. Devontae Miles and Nick Barrett, are in the ball game at the tackle spots. Drones got 1 man in the backfield. 4 wide receivers, 3 of them over to the right side. Flag on the play. Drones guns one out to the edge. It would be a pickup at the 40-yard line, caught by Heath, but hold on. Flag came out very early. Or did they pick that up, Tommy?
No, it's still over. Something's on the right above the ACC logo. I'm assuming that's a flag. Maybe it's not. No, that's not a flag.
It was, it's on closer to the sideline. That's where I saw it originally, right by the Virginia Tech.
Number 5, offside. Number 6, defense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
On Dylan Stewart trying to get that patented jump that he gets. They picked it up anyhow, Tommy, with the throw, but it's a first down and the second penalty of the day for the Gamecocks. Stewart, of course, everybody's parade All-American. And potentially National Defensive Player of the Year nominee. Came on in gangbusters a year ago, to say the least. He was a semifinalist for the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year Award. 10 tackles for a loss, 6.5 sacks. Second most among all FBS freshman players.
Yeah, he had a lot of help last year to offload some of the focus on him, because we had Kyle Kennard on the other side, and those other guys over there, Brian Thomas and those, they've got to get healthy. He's healthy. Got to get those other guys back so we can give Stewart a little more free reign necessarily from the offensive line and schemes to just block him. Got to get that pressure over there to balance it out some. But he is a talent. Boy, he's a talent.
Clowney had 8 sacks and 12 tackles for a loss as a freshman by comparison. All right, first down after the penalty. Drone's going to go to work again at his own 40-yard line. Carolina in a 4-man front, 2 safeties back, including Peyton Williams, DQ Smith. They'll run it, spread you out, try the inside zone, maybe gain 1 on the play. Nice pursuit that time by Nick Barrett. That should be the end of the first quarter. We're in Atlanta. Gamecocks came out hot on their first drive and went 7 plays, 75 yards. Sellers ran it in from 15 yards out. It's been a little slow since then. The Gamecock defense got a pick in the end zone on Virginia Tech's best drive, and that gets us to 7-2. We'll have the second quarter when we come back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Parents, did you know that over 23% of South Carolina high schoolers have used vape pens and that 1 in 5 teenagers currently vape? But did you also know that more than 80% of kids ages 10 to 18 say their parents help them make smart decisions? Talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping. Try short conversations. The more short conversations you have, the easier it gets. Because if you're not talking to them, someone else is. Get conversation starters at openconversationsc.com.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Carolina Calls has flown the coop, and they've landed at a new time, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights.
Gives other guys an opportunity, and that's what's fun about coaching.
And some of the freshmen were going to be in many roles throughout the lineup.
Yeah, no, I like our freshman class. When people do recruiting rankings, they got the last 2 years of recruiting here for us correct.
7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us here on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
listening to South Carolina Football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at GamecocksOnline.com.
Seven to 2 your score. South Carolina leading Virginia Tech after one quarter of action at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Chris Miller at our network studios. Time now to check the Beatbox College scoreboard. Beatbox now for sale in Williams-Brice Stadium. Games of the top 25 is Ohio State defeating Texas 14-7. Penn State over Nevada 46-11. LSU tops Clemson 17-10. Georgia all over Marshall 45-7. Oregon defeats Montana State 59-13. Florida State upsets Alabama 31-17. Arizona State over Northern Arizona 38-19. Michigan defeats New Mexico 34-17. It was Florida blanking Long Island 55-0. SMU over East Texas A&M 42-13. Kansas State tops North Dakota 38-35. Oklahoma defeats Illinois State 35-3. Texas A&M over UT San Antonio 42-24. Indiana beats Old Dominion 27-14. Ole Miss blows out Georgia State 63-7. Iowa State 55-7 over South Dakota. Texas Tech 67-7 over Arkansas Pine Bluff. And it was Tennessee beating Syracuse 45-26. With the call of the second quarter, here is the voice of the Gamecocks, Todd Ellis.
Chris, thank you. Don't forget, Chris will be back on our Bud Light halftime report. We flip ends of the field, and Drone's back to work now on a 2nd down and 9 with his team trailing 7-2. Start of the second quarter. Welcome back on the Gamecock Sports Network. Hawkins is back in the ball game at tailback. The snap it back. 4-man rush by Carolina. Drone's backing up. Now crossing route wide open at the 50. Gamecock 40. Down the far sideline and finally knocked out of bounds. Donovan Green makes another catch, and there's a flag thrown late. And that could be on the Gamecocks, Tommy.
I think it is. I think it's hitting out of bounds, and not sure the timing wasn't that poorly on Carolina, but yeah, maybe so. Maybe so after looking at the replay.
After the play is over, a personal foul, late hit out of bounds, number 31. Defense, that penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the end of the run. First down, Virginia Tech.
That looked like a little sensitive call by the official there. I don't know. The guy's running down there. Certainly he chose to run out of bounds on his own. Very close. Peyton Williams, the safety. But Tommy, more concerning, my gosh, the crossing route wide open on that play.
Yeah, it really was. And that was working for Carolina in the first drive, too. So evidently both offensive coaches saw that.
Drones now 1st and 10, the ball on the 11-yard line. They're going to sweep it on a speed play, and a great inside-out run and tackle by the Gamecocks defense. That's Joe O on the play. Cameron Seldon was the back who came in motion. Justin Okoronko, who they called J.O., with an absolute rundown and rip of Seldon. J.O. from Munich, Germany, learned to play football in the club teams in Germany. And a transfer from Alabama. Drones now back to work. Is going to roll right side under pressure. Got to throw late. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver. It was into coverage. Heath was right there, but so were the Gamecocks.
Good pressure by Stewart.
Dylan Stewart all over Drones. Man, that's a pretty darn good throw. Backing up, Tommy, and with Dylan Stewart in your face. DQ Smith lucky to not have that completed over his head. All right, here's 3rd down. Trailing 7-2, Virginia Tech. 3rd down and 11 to go. Ball on the 12-yard line of the Gamecocks. Drones all alone in the backfield. Backing up, gets hit, going to the corner, incomplete. Carolina with good coverage. Looked like a little zone blitz from Clayton White that time, and Aiden Green can't come down with it. And the field goal unit for the Hokies will trot out onto the field. Now gave up the long crossing route and then tightened our belt in the red zone.
Yeah, we got away with a little pull that time, a little hole rather. Our defensive guy grab the
T-shirt.
T-shirts don't count though, as long as you.
Yeah, that's a rare. It's a rarely known rule. T-shirts don't count. All right, 30-yard field goal for John Love to try to make it a 7-5 ball game. Just inside the left hash mark. Snap it back, put it down. Love.
He's money. Yeah.
Got it. Angled it up and got the 3 points. So Drones hurts us on the drive, but they don't get 6. And it's 7-5 Gamecocks just underway in the second quarter here in Atlanta, the Affleck Classic. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
For 45 years, Jim Hudson is still the one creating a better shopping experience and still the one helping to make a better Midlands of South Carolina. Jim Hudson supports local organizations and charities, donating to over 100 local charities, fighting hunger, cancer, and other causes, and creating customers for life, one experience at a time. Jim Hudson is still the one with one goal, making a better Midlands of South Carolina.
Experience it once, and you'll never forget it. More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
We always picture the SEC student athlete for their speed, their vertical, their agility. But it's time we picture them for more. For their campus voice, their community outreach, and for the simple fact that 20 years later, they're still someone's pride and joy. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beamer ball just punched them in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Back in Atlanta, the Affleck Kickoff Classic. Gamecocks opening up the 2025 season with an ACC opponent, Virginia Tech. And Carolina leads it 7-5, 13:45 to go in the second quarter. Let's check down on the sideline with Chet Tucker. Chet?
Hey, Todd. If you've been watching, obviously, you may notice that Judge Collier went into the tent. He was injured on the first long Virginia Tech play that set up that drive into the red zone. He was in the tent for an extended period of time. We were just told that he's got a sprained knee. They'll reevaluate at halftime.
Thank you. That's our Prisma Health injury report. Judge Collier, lockdown corner, Tommy, seemed to grow in the offseason even more. You know, we lost a lot of guys in the secondary, but nobody was really worried about that position. Yeah, because Miles Norwood was in on that last drive, along with Brandon Cisse and Bakari Swain. So that would be a loss. Let's hope the best for Judge Collier as Virginia Tech comes to line up with their backs to the south end zone here. And kickoff for Carolina. Harbor set back to receive. It's a high, deep kick. Go over his head for a touchback on the play. Norris Sellers, 4 of 7 on the day for 61 yards. Most of that damage on that first drive. And Drones, his counterpart, 5 of 13 for 108 yards. And that interception in the end zone. It didn't end up hurting them. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Bo Stanley comes out and gets over to the football. He's got a new tailback behind him. Isaiah Augustov, 6'2", 210 junior from Naples, Florida.
Delay a game, offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
I was looking down, Tommy, and apparently Norris Sellers was as well. Well, that drive Coach Beamer crazy.
Yeah, we moved away from the fast pace, too. So just changed everything offensively since that first drive. We've only completed one pass since the first drive, too.
Sellers all alone in the backfield. They empty the set. He rolls right. Some pressure coming. Drops it off late to his tight end, Brady Hunt. And Brady tosses the ball back to the official after gaining 5 yards on the play. Spread him out there, Tommy, but couldn't get behind him. I think Lenoris wanted to crank one up. Pretty good protection, really, on the play.
Originally it was, yes. He felt the pressure coming from his left side. Appropriately so, ran out of there to buy a little time. But no gain.
2nd down and 10 because of the penalty. The ball on the 25-yard line. Lenoris, quick slant route, tipped up by the defender. He had wanted Nick Harbor on the crossing route slant. Couldn't get it to him. And a nice job jumping up in the air by a defender for Virginia Tech. That's Michael Short, backup linebacker, with the reactive play. And here comes 3rd down and 10. Boy, penalty on 1st down before you ever get started. Josiah Thompson goes over and lines up. Hunt comes into the backfield. Now there's 2 backs there. Sellers out of the gun. 4-man rush. Going to roll left side. Sellers turns his shoulders, trying to get to the marker, and they run him out of bounds. Hunt was out there. Hunt didn't know whether to block Tommy or to go on a route and try to let Sellers get him the football. Either way, it nets just 4 yards. It's 4th down and 6 upcoming.
And I think also, with the drop back passing we're doing now ever since the first drive, that Lenoris is trying to see the route, but they put some good pressure on him back there. So he's been flushed out of there. I still think he's more dangerous when he's outside because they don't know if he's going to run and throw. Also, the receivers with inexperience, they can adjust to that and find some open spots. But we'll see where we go from here.
Here's Mason Love to punt again. And he booms this one, spins it, turns over, backing up. Holloway takes it, and then he takes it in the face.
That's the punts we've seen.
Absolutely. Great hit by Nick Harbor as well on the punt coverage. Harbor, the track star, got down there shockingly in a hurry. And as soon as Holloway caught it, he put him on the turf. 53-yard punt. And no return, in fact, a loss. Carolina's still up 7-5, but it's sluggish right now in Atlanta. There's 12:21 to go in the second quarter. We'll be back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Hey Gamecock fans, welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where our bold Mayo has been winning over fans since 1917, where everyone's welcome, whether you're tailgating or watching from home. So cheer on the Garnet and Black as loud as you want, because as the official Mayo of University of South Carolina Athletics, we'll be cheering along with all of the Gamecock fans in Duke's Country. Find Duke's Mayo at a store near you or visit dukescountry.com to learn more.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
When you see the SEC student athlete, it's easy to picture the swing, the stance, the form. But look closer, and you'll see the heart, the brain, clutch lab partner, the avid two-stepper, the pride of a hometown, and a little brother's hero. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
The Gamecocks are a-calling, and Coach Beamer has the answers.
Line 1. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown, Carolina.
Thanks to everyone for coming out. What an awesome crowd on a Thursday night. We need to make sure we have this and more every Thursday throughout the season as well.
Tune in to Carolina Calls at our new time, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Right here on your home for Gamecock football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Gamecocks had not played in Atlanta since the final 2 games of the 2010 season. Both were in the Georgia Dome at that time. Carolina dropped a 56-17 decision in the SEC title game on December 4th to an eventual national champion Auburn, led by Cam Newton, and lost to Florida State 26-17 in the Chick-fil-A Bowl 27 days later. We're trying to right that wrong over here in Atlanta, which is still a huge recruiting base for Gamecock football. Play well in this gorgeous facility, Mercedes-Benz, and of course, tell the folks at Aflac have us over again. Right now we lead it 7-5, and just punted it away in good coverage and a great punt. We got the Hokies backed up to their own 16-yard line, and try to get a stop and get some good field position. Gamecocks got to rejuvenate that offense that was so brilliant on the first drive when we went 7 plays, 75 yards. First drive of the afternoon. Dez is in at one defensive end, Jatias Gear the other. Drones working out of the shotgun right hash mark. Run play, left side, now cutting up the middle, and a good cut by the back. P.J. Prelo yields 9 yards on the play, the first time they've creased that defensive line. And Sean Murphy, I think, kind of waved at that one a little bit, didn't make the tackle. And it's second down very short for Drones. They may take a shot here. 3 wide receivers set from their own 24-yard line. Press coverage on the outside for Carolina, 2 safeties back. Drones claps the hands in those orange uniforms, white headgear. Inside handoff again, and this time he's stuck. Prelo. And Nick Barrett turned the shoulder pads in a hurry and said, we'll have none of that, and it will be 3rd down and 1 now after that play.
Yeah, good stick that time, good read by Barrett. Barrett's one of those guys that took a red shirt last year because he knew it would be hard for him to play, which is a great team thing to do, and he came back this year and he's a starter, so good decision by him.
Couple fresh DNs coming into the ball game. Ryan Thomas and Dylan Stewart. 2 tight end set for Drones. 2 wide receivers over the left side. Handoff up the middle, first down, Virginia Tech. Good run by Marcellus Hawkins, the junior from Oklahoma City. You know, this Virginia Tech team that gains 4 on the play and a first down, they lost the second team selection in Tootin, the running back from a year ago, to try to fill this void. They went out in the portal and got Hawkins as one of their tailbacks. They really like him. Their other tailback, Jerome Stewart, who we've not seen today, has been in a boot for much of the summer. All right, first down for the Hokies with 10:20 to go in the second quarter. Working off the right hash mark, blitz by Carolina, thrown out on the edge, and the Gamecocks are there in a hurry.
Nice play.
That's Johnson again. JR, no gain on the play. You know, Debo Williams, Sky Moore, all those guys, Tommy, had that lateral movement like I'm seeing so far from Fred Johnson I've heard so much about. And he is a beast. I mean, a true SEC linebacker at 6'4", 240 pounds. Drones, no huddle, backs up. Hawkins to his left out of the gun. Now moves him over to the right side. Second down and 10. 9:35 to go. They'll run left side. Hawkins makes a man, a Gamecock miss. And up to around the 35-yard line. Not a good tackle on the edge. I didn't get the number on the Gamecock. Oh, that's Murphy again, Sean Murphy.
Yeah, he just missed it, whipped him.
A 7-yard gain on the play. Much more manageable third down now for Virginia Tech. Drones who can run the football. He rushed 98 times a year ago for 336 yards and 6 touchdowns. And has been on the run some today, but mostly to throw. Third down and 3 from their own 36. Man in motion, Drones looking left side, going to dump it out in the flat, incomplete. He was throwing it to Hawkins. There was some pressure coming up the middle, Tommy.
But he was wide open.
Wide open as they ran a pick play and the guy out of the backfield. Carolina's got that play themselves. And he kind of short-armed the throw, Tommy. The first mistake by Drones today. And that was Gabriel Brownlow, Dindy there on the pressure.
Yeah, a good pressure, as we've talked about a couple of times in Drone's face. He throws it backing up, which means he can't get anything on it. He's got to rely totally on his arm. He's got a strong arm, but he threw it lower than normal too and just could not make the connection.
Jalen Kilgore set back to receive the punt. And he puts his foot into it, spinning. Kilgore coming up to about the 22-yard line, rolling to his right. Fair catch in play, and he's got it safely at the 21. A 43-yard punt, and the Gamecocks got the football back with 8:43 to go in this first half. They desperately need some production as it has shut down since the first drive of the afternoon for Carolina, and they got that slim 2-point lead. We'll be back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage is picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beaver ball just punched him in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Virginia Tech and Carolina in the Aflac Bowl. The winning coach of the Aflac kickoff game will be presented with the coveted Old Leather Helmet Trophy, an icon of toughness and courage. It represents the origins of college football rivalries. This one has not been played since 1991. It's a big part of my career. Played them every year during that time frame. I played against Coach Beamer and Frank Beamer.
I played against his daddy.
Is that right?
I did. 68 and 69, yeah.
Got a lot of ties here. We just need to end up on the right side of this one. I think Coach Frank Beamer would be just fine with that. There's the families in town, as they normally are, supporting Shane and this crowd. And the Gamecocks come back on offense now. Their first two drives, they have 13 plays, 89 yards. And their last three drives, 8 plays, 6 yards. Let's find something. Here we go. Oscar Attaway's in the backfield. Sellers working out of the gun. Going to drop back again. Screenplay, left side. Oscar's got it. 2 blockers out in front of him. Good cut. Gets hit hard around the 28-yard line, but spins almost to the 28-29. We'll call it a gain of 8. 2nd down and 2 upcoming. Bo Stanley with a good block as he pulled out of there. The center from Bogart, Georgia, and we are going quickly. 3 wide receivers over to the right side. 2nd and short. Oscar up the middle. He breaks 1 tackle, falls forward across the 35 for a first down and a 6-yard gain on the play. Sellers, you can see him motioning Tommy. Let's go, let's go. Split out to the left side. 1 wide receiver. 2 to the right, working off the left hash. Back to the run game. Oscar's got room. Cross the 40, down the far sideline. It is into Virginia Tech territory and knocked out of bounds on the Gamecock bench. Good blocking. Quentin Reddish finally brought him down. Tommy with that left side with Josiah Thompson and Rodney Newsom, who's in today. Let it be open for a 23-yard gain.
Had a good tight end block over there as well.
Jordan Dingle's into the lineup now, the transfer from Kentucky. Big blocker, speaking of which. Handoff inside again, Attaway. Dingle's pushing a couple of guys, and they all fall in the middle of the pile, but it's a 2-yard gain on first down. There's the clock running at 7:23 left in the first half. Carolina up 7-5. Gamecocks won 6 straight a year ago in the regular season to end the season before the loss to Illinois in the bowl game. They're trying to win their 7th straight regular season ball game. Brian Rowe, a talented young wide receiver, is in. They'll go with Attaway out the backside. Attaway with a great cut. Oh, Oscar, thank you. Down to about the 32-yard line, right at the marker, but it was the miss he had in the backfield in the block from Dingle that gains 8 yards, and it does move the chains.
What they did that time, folks, they sent, like it was Harbor in motion to the wide side of the field, which is to the right. Then they ran Attaway back to the short side of the field. And a little misdirection there, if you want to call it that. But you watch those eyes, and that's what they did, and good job.
Donovan Murph and Brian Rowe in the ball game with Harbor. And Lenore Sellers going to run it again. This time he slides down around the 21. There's a flag thrown deep and late.
Yeah, the number 8, Ellis for Virginia Tech is saying somebody held him, and our guys are walking back like they probably did.
Holding number 6, offense, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Boy, Murph not having a good day so far. Had a drop and now a penalty. And I want to be fair with him. The drop appeared to be on the far side from us. And that certainly appeared to be holding. He was blocking really in the backfield, exposed in a big way to the officials. And now Donovan Murph and Brian Rowe are on the field with Nick Harbor again. So it's first down and 19 after the penalty. 6:15 to go in the first half. Sellers gets drilled. The ball's out. Carolina's back in a scramble for it. The offensive line gets down on it. Oh, wow. What a hit by Elijah Fall, the senior from Marietta, Georgia. And Sellers took a shot on the play. We're lucky to get the football back. -14. Sellers about to crank up something on that play, too.
He went between Newsom and Thompson that time. Looked like a little miscommunication on who was going to block him, but regardless, the result was the same.
Now it's 2nd and 33. They'll give it to Faison. He gets hit in the backfield. Now bust open. And Rasul Faison cuts it to 30, all the way to 25, down to the 24-yard line. Faison bails us out on a 2nd and 33. First down for Carolina. It got 33 yards, just what we needed. Man, I'm glad you got your eligibility back. Wow. He showed some motor right there too, Tommy.
Showed a little wiggle out there too one time to get by those about 3 orange jerseys that had him wrapped up, but still first down, I guess now.
No, we got the first right at the 33 yards.
Not bad.
5:02 to go.
Previous play of a first down is under further review.
Good blocking, good play call from Mike Shula to get out there, get it open into space. It's under review, and that means Cool Care Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Refrigeration is proud to be Gamecock Football's official review sponsor. Schedule an official review of your HVAC unit for the upcoming cooler months. Call anytime or visit us online at coolcarehvac.com. I'm Todd Ellis. Tommy Suggs is with us. Our color analyst, Chet Tucker, down on the sideline. Our statistician is Douglas Kershaw Adams. David Spence, our spotter. We're getting some new names today and new numbers, so we're working on it.
Well, it makes us all work harder.
Yes, it does. Dan Stewart, our engineer, Liz McMillan producing, Michael Collins in the studio, and of course, Chris Miller is your studio host. Great to be with you. This looks like, from all indications, it's going to be third down again, based on the spot. Maybe third down and 2, based on where he drug. His leg and knee may have come across. But we'll wait on the call. Couple rule changes this year, Tommy. One, I told Shane Beamer, are we the guinea pig for everything that goes crazy? Here comes the call.
After review, the runner's knee was down at the 24-yard line. It'll be third down.
24. Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah. So this year, Tommy, they finally, after we had it used upon us in the bowl game by Ole Miss, it's not going to help exactly, but if you get hurt, you're trying to slow down an offensive unit and you fall after they spot the ball, it's a timeout taken away from the team utilizing that process. And we'll see if that helps a little bit. The Gamecocks break the huddle now on the 9th play of the drive. 2 tight end set, Dingle. And there's a timeout on the field.
It's called their first charge timeout of the half. 30 seconds and late.
Boy, things slowed down in a hurry, Tommy, and partly due to us. But I always like taking another look at it if you need to, particularly on a 3rd down.
Well, speaking of slowing down, when you said it, Todd, in the broadcast here, we took the initial snap or 2 on this drive, we went back to the fast pace, which got us moving a little bit. Then we got, a little sideways, but we slowed it down. And as I go back to what Coach Shula told me when I was meeting with him Thursday, is that our kids like to go into the fast pace. We did that on the first drive, moved away from it totally until this drive right here. And so we slowed it down here because we don't want a negative play, because if we pick up a yard or 2 and don't pick up the first time, I'm sure we'll probably go for it.
The Gamecocks almost do that exclusively in practice, Tommy.
Yes.
That is go fast on offense. All right, Faison's back in the ball game and tailback after the long run. What we thought was 33 was 31 on the 9th play of the drive. The Gamecocks break the huddle. 2 wide receivers over the left side, including Harbor, split out way wide left. Sellers working out of the gun. 5-man front. He's going to roll left. Turns the shoulders. Wants Harbor. Harbor with the catch at the 9-yard line. Steps out of bounds. Oh, Tommy, let's give him credit. He dropped one earlier. That one soft in his hands. He pulled it in.
Well, the one he dropped early was the same throw. Up around his face. He caught it. When he was trying to tuck it away earlier, he fumbled it. That one was a beautiful throw, beautiful catch.
Carolina going fast up to the line of scrimmage. Working off the left hash mark. Sellers, hands off. Faison, stutter step. Not much going. A lot of orange jerseys for Virginia Tech there. And they'll take him no gain on the play. Faison getting his eligibility back just this week. Got very emotional. Of course, when he got the call, thanked everybody in the compliance staff and administration, did all they could. And he called his mom, like you should always do.
They say I don't know him. They say he's a great young kid, too. Just always, he's handled it really, really well.
And Dravius Jacobs checks in, splits out to the right side. Harbor to the left. Harbor now comes in motion across the face. Sellers going to roll in that direction, stumbles a little bit, now going to throw late to Harbor, and it's incomplete. He slipped on the turf, Tommy, and now there's a flag thrown on the far sideline. Very late. And with 3:52 to go in this first half, and Carolina leading 7-5, it's unraveling a little bit.
There is no foul for an ineligible player downfield. The quarterback was legally grounding the ball. He was outside the pocket. It'll be 3rd down.
So 3rd down, not much going. Like a lot of teams, Tommy, Virginia Tech playing zone down there.
Yeah.
And we might have to try to run this in. All right, 3rd and goal from the 9-yard line. 3rd and goal. Working off the left hash mark. Going towards that south end zone. Sellers out of the gun again. 3 wide receivers over to the right side. Snap it back to him. Bouncing in the pocket. Fade route. Got a man there. Caught. Touchdown, Carolina. Come up out of there. Come up out of the stands. Give him some love. That's Nick Harbor.
Unbelievable.
Touchdown, Carolina.
Unbelievable throw and catch that time.
Touchdown, Nick Harbor. Soft hands and all from 9 yards out. That is his 6th of his career, the 1st this year. And number 8 is bumped. Carolina with the extra point could go up 14-5 with 3:45 to go in the first half.
I tell you, he brought it in with his hands. It juggled a little bit, and then he still got it back in his body and controlled it. They're going to look at it. They're going to look at it. They have to, but I still think
of a touchdown is under further review.
But the ball never hit the ground. So I'm thinking that he had control of it when he was out of bounds, but let's see.
It's all about whether he got that toe in there. He certainly does there if he's got the football. 1 foot in. Did they ever get the ball out?
He's got it in his hand there. I would say that's the control.
You have to remember there, too, Nick. Well, he definitely...
That one's close, folks.
Juggles a little bit, but it doesn't hit the ground. I mean, he controls it.
Yeah. I think he's got it. I think it's hard to overturn. I don't think there's enough to overturn it. And I'm really not being prejudiced. I'm being honest.
Let Cool Care, heating, air, plumbing, and refrigeration play the offense for you and keep your HVAC unit and plumbing system protected. Schedule for your preventative maintenance now to get ready for the upcoming cooler months. Call them anytime and visit coolcarehvac.com to schedule your appointment today. I don't think they give it to him, Tom.
I agree. The more I look at it in different angles here, I think it's going to be a hard one to give to him. Still great effort with somebody in your face, but tremendous throw. Here's the call.
After review, the receiver did not maintain firm possession of the ball as he went to the ground. It's an incomplete pass, 4th down.
I hate it for Harbor more than anything else. I got a feeling we'll probably take our 3 here with Joyce. And Nick Harbor with a great effort. Really super soft throw from Sellers, too. Let's not forget that.
It really was a beautiful throw. Pretty good protection that time. And we just got to get in. We got to run the football better inside the 10-yard line and inside the 20-yard line. We kind of stopped when we got down here.
All right, here's the first field goal attempt for William Joyce. Is a Gamecock, 6'3", 219-pound redshirt senior. Been in the program a long time. From 27 yards out, swings the right leg through. Up and good. William Joyce gets Gamecocks on the board. They take 6 off. We get the 3, and now it's 10-5. Carolina with 3:42 to go in this first half. You hate to pull points off the board. Let's go down to Chet Tucker. I think he's got a Prisma Health injury report.
Hey, Todd, just a couple of moments ago, Jared Kilgore was escorted to the locker room by some trainers. They had his hand wrapped up, maybe a finger issue or a hand. We haven't gotten an update. He has not come out of the locker room, and we are still waiting to see him. As soon as we do, we'll give you an update.
Any further word, Chet, on Judge Collier, at least seen him?
He is out on the sideline. Unfortunately, he is on crutches at the moment, but they still say that they will reevaluate at halftime.
Thank you for that Prisma Health injury report. Prisma Health is proud to be the official healthcare system and team physicians for the Gamecocks. And here's Max Kelly now to come out and kick. A host of folks taking part in our special teams in the kicking duties this year. Kelly on the kickoff side of it. Good guys. 223 pounds for a freshman. And he booms this one end over end, 5 yards deep, and the knee is taken. That is Frelo, who had a 22-yard average on kickoff returns a year ago, but he won't get a chance now. And the Gamecocks defense comes out on the field after that drive for Carolina to get 3 points and that 5-point lead now with 3:42 to go. Carolina with 2 timeouts remaining. Virginia 2 timeouts remaining in this half as well. Drone's going all the way at quarterback. He had the surgery in the spring and missed the final 3 games of 2024. He's a 60% completing passer with 6 interceptions, 1,562 yards, and 10 touchdowns. Pony's in the backfield with him. He'll go in motion. Drone's going to run it himself. Quarterback draw. And nice job by Goodwine to just reach that big paw over and grab the right hip of Drones and pull him down, hold it to a 3-yard gain. It could have been a lot more on the play.
Yeah, he came off. He really read the play real quickly and then came off his tackle with the right arm to make the play.
Goodwine in his second season, transfer from Alabama, had 15 tackles a year ago for the Gamecocks. Everybody up the line of scrimmage on a 2nd down and 7. They'll fake. Drone's going to roll right. Nobody there for the moment. Now he cuts back, going to dive around the 35-yard line. Good coverage down the field by the Gamecocks secondary. And Drones had to tuck it down. He gained 6 on the play before J.R. Johnson, the linebacker, makes another stop on the play. 3rd down and very short from their own 34-yard line. Drones going to change things up, tighten up the formation. Quarterback sneak right up the middle, good leg push. I believe he got it.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
1 yard needed, 1 yard gain.
Another thing, the new official rules have changed this year, and that is the defensive unit cannot shift right before the ball is snapped. Georgia made that famous. We use it. A lot of people use it. We cannot do that anymore. So we'll go through the new rules as the game wears on, but there are a few that are impactful.
185 yards of total offense for Carolina to 151 for Virginia Tech. The lead is only 5 for the Gamecocks.
This is a 2-minute timeout. Timeout on the field.
Timeout, 2 minutes to go. We'll see if the Gamecocks can get a stop and get the ball back. They lead it by 5, 10-5 Carolina. We're still in the first half. We'll be back from Atlanta. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Go Gamecocks! Since 1992, Computer Sales and Services of Columbia has been providing IT solutions to the financial, SLED, government, and manufacturing sectors. CSS proudly serves the Southeast, offering the new HP EliteBook Next-Gen AI PCs designed for long-lasting productivity and enhanced video calls. If your IT budget is over $250,000 annually, Computer Sales and Services of South Carolina is your trusted HP partner. Learn more at csssc.com.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown.
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. We're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Carolina Calls has flown the coop, and they've landed at a new time, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights.
Gives other guys an opportunity, and that's what's fun about coaching. And
some of the freshmen were going to be in many roles throughout the lineup.
Yeah, no, I like our freshman class. When people do recruiting rankings, they got the last 2 years of recruiting here for us correct.
7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us here on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
And welcome back. 2 minutes to go in the first half at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. 10-5 Gamecocks is the Virginia Tech Hokies. Tommy, we were talking during the break that Virginia Tech has dropped some passes in there deep, and with some injuries we've got in the secondary, I'd be surprised if Brent Pry and his offensive staff don't take a shot here, because Drones has absolutely been brutal throwing those.
It really has, and if we just got to get good protection, a good pass rush on him, because as we've said a couple times, Todd, at least, that when we get pressure on him, he tends to throw it off that back foot, and not as accurate. Sometimes you don't get as much on it as well. So I think that's the key, is getting that pass rush. And looks like to me that Stewart has been back there several times, just not able to quite get his arms on him. We get some rushes, get some blitzes, typical Clayton White blitzes, which have been pretty effective. But I think the key here is keeping him inside the pocket as much as we can, and also putting pass rush on him when he's in the pocket.
Carolina playing press coverage on 4 wide receivers. Drones right in the middle of the field. 1st and 10 for Virginia Tech, down 5. Carolina now backs out now. Drones throws a quick out route. There's a flag on the play. It looks like it's going to be offsides again on the Gamecocks.
I think it was Stewart again, too. Trying to get that jump, I think.
Gosnell with the reception. 8-yard gain on the play. We'll wait for the call.
Offside, number 6. Defense, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Yeah, Dylan is a track star out there with basically a dump truck of a body can still run like crazy. And trying to get the jump on those guys, you can't do it. That's a giveaway. Play within it, that guy will get there anyhow. Brian Thomas on the other edge. 4-man front. And the free 5 yards. Makes it 1st and 5, ball on the 41-yard line for VT. 1:56 to go. Running left sides, Coney. Coney gets hit hard, but not before he gets up to about the 44-yard line. Pops out of the crowd there. J.O. makes the stop. The linebacker originally from Germany who went to Alabama and is lighting people up at South Carolina. Glad to have him out there. 2nd down and short. We'll call it 2nd and 2. Ball on the 44, 127, 126 to go in the first half. Stack wide receivers in the slot right side. Drone's going to run it himself into the arms of Thomas. Brian Thomas took an inside move, and Drones runs right to him. And Drones not happy the way he was thrown to the turf. And his teammates hold him back. But now it's going to be 3rd down and a frustrated quarterback for the Hokies. Looked like a clean hit. I'm not sure what Drones was upset about. And now he's going to move quickly. Carolina. Oh, trying to get some instructions late. We're late to the line of scrimmage. Drones handoff inside Coney. Needed to get across the 45. I believe he did so. Really, actually beyond that. It should be a 1st down with 37 seconds remaining. And VT's got 2 timeouts.
They got enough time, but they got to put the ball in the air a little bit or try to sneak a running play in there somewhere. We got a guy down, Todd. We got
that's Barrett.
That's Barrett, yeah. We don't need any more injuries, period,
it's
on defense.
2nd or 3rd defender today.
Virginia Tech has called their 2nd charge timeout of the half.
So VT takes a timeout. And Nick Barrett.
Previous play, the runner short.
I think this is going to be 4th down based on that spot. Tommy, what do you think? Barrett's still down.
Well, I can't
focusing on him, but
I can't see where the ball is.
where the official is standing.
What is he?
Let's go down to Chet Tucker down on the sideline. Chet, you got an eyeball on this at all?
We do. They're a little bit short of it. They made an announcement on an in-crowd mic that did not go wide, but they said the runner was short of the line to gain. It'll be 4th down.
Yeah, it's, 7-8 inches, Tommy? Now they just put the football down. It is right on the 45, but as I said, they needed to get just beyond that.
Yeah, they need to get to about the 40. I'd say the 45 and a half, probably, at least.
On our Prisma Health injury report, Barrett did pop up and make his way to the sideline, but we'll get an update on that maybe at halftime. But there's a couple defenders, including Judge Collier. Jalen Kilgore's been down for some period of time. And Gerald Kilgore. And now Kilgore is back in the lineup. The defense trying to play a little patchwork right now. Substituting whether you wanted to or not. The Hokies deferred after they won the toss. They'll get the football to open the 2nd half. Right now trailing by 5. There is 37 seconds remaining.
You know, Todd, if it's 3rd down, got a short yard.
4th down.
4th down, I'm sorry.
Yep.
That changes my thought.
After review, the runner has possession of the ball at the 45.5-yard line. We will now measure to see if he's obtained a 1st down.
You gonna bring the runner back out there? I sure understand that. Now we will now measure. If he puts it right there, he doesn't have it, I don't think.
I think he does. I think that was right at it, to your point earlier. Coach Beamer looking closely on the far sideline. Shane Beamer in his 5th season at Carolina. Won more games than any coach at Carolina. in his first 4 seasons, just one beyond the great head ball coach Dee Spurrier. First down Hokies after the measure.
Got it about probably 2 inches. Maybe a little bit longer.
Still just 37 seconds remaining, and Virginia Tech has 1 timeout. Carolina's got 2. Chris Miller will have your halftime report. We'll take you around the country where college football is king this weekend, starting on Thursday and going through tomorrow night. Gamecocks in a prime position right here. Sluggish game so far.
Due to the stoppage, Virginia Tech will not be charged that timeout. They will still have 2 timeouts remaining.
Wow, that's a big advantage. 37 seconds remaining. 3 wide receivers over to the right side, stacked in that slot again, or 2 wide receivers. Drones, play action inside, under pressure. Going to throw over to the right side, got his man caught at the Gamecock 47-yard line before he stepped out of bounds. That's Aiden Green from Knoxville, Tennessee. The junior makes a 6-yard reception. The clock down to 30 seconds exactly.
He throws very accurately when he's on the run to his right. And we had guys chasing him, but he had the receiver come back to him to help him out. And a tight rope to the sideline, and good throw, good catch.
2nd and 3. Drones looking right, now back left, under some pressure. Goodwine tracking him. Drones can get away from him. He's got 1 block. Drones now clings and throws one down the field on the run. Incomplete over the head of his intended receiver. He just reared up and slung it to Aiden Green down the hash mark. And that's what you got to do with a player like that. You got to cover him all the time. Not a bad job by the Gamecock defense, as Drones had plenty of time, and that's Norwood, Miles Norwood.
Yeah, we're putting a lot of pressure on those young defenders back there because we've got some guys out. And he was there, he just didn't connect it to him. He was open.
All that running around took it down to 18 seconds. 3rd and 3.
Timeout, Carolina.
South Carolina has taken their 2nd charge timeout of the half.
Yeah, Tommy, in season openers, nobody leaving anything to chance. And particularly in this moment here with 18 seconds remaining. John Love, the field goal kicker, is actually from Spartanburg, South Carolina for Virginia Tech. He was 16 of 18 a year ago, and he had a long of 60 yards. So, with 18 seconds remaining and 2 timeouts, everybody thinking strategy here. Tech on how to get some points on the board. Cut this game to at least a 2-point lead. He needs to get to around the 42-yard line, Tommy, if he's going to kick a 60-yarder.
They kicked a 57 and a 52 as well, so he's got a gun for a leg.
Right now, let's see if Drones wants more. Got the timeouts, 2 of them. Ball on the 47 of Carolina. Drones in the pocket, crossing routes, got his man, turning up the field. Inside the Carolina 40-yard line is Aiden Green again. Tracked by Norwood, finally brings him down. But we got a Gamecock down again on defense. It's Dylan Stewart. Oh, no.
A shoulder problem. Looks like he's holding his right shoulder.
Wow. A 19-yard gain, well within the range of what Love has done before in his career. Right now, the big concern for those in the garnet and black is the All-American defensive end, Dylan Stewart's on the turf.
God, both teams are successful, maybe not completing everything, but having receivers open when they're crossing. And that is something that we've done well, did initially well against Virginia Tech in the first drive and maybe 1 or 2 other times. And then Virginia Tech has done that against us several times.
Yeah, whether it's man coverage or zone, it's been there all day. They're getting Dylan Stewart up on his own. He's shaking out his arm. Tommy, that looks like a stinger to me.
Yeah.
That time where you get hit in a manner that kind of freezes up or runs and stings your joint area, and he's shaking that right arm out as he heads back towards the sideline. He just passed Dr. Jeff Guy, and he didn't look real concerned.
What you don't want to have is that somebody holding that arm when he's walking off, because then it's either the arm or the shoulder. There's something they don't want to move it at all, and that's not a good sign. But in this case, looks like he'll be fine. All
right, after the completion, in 12 seconds remaining, Drones is in the pocket. It's going to crank one up, going to throw it on the far sideline towards the Gamecock bench, and that's incomplete.
Got 6 seconds left. I'm assuming they're going to probably kick it now. Here we go. Yep, here we go.
Inside 7 seconds, no way to get off the play and get another one out there. So it will be Love.
He was 16 of 18 last year. 88.9% of his field goals attempted he made, so it's pretty strong.
He's going to be lined up just inside the left hash mark. Those orange jerseys, pants, white headgear against the black of the Gamecocks headgear. This will be from 56 yards out. Gamecocks called their last time out. We'll see if
South Carolina has taken their third and final charge timeout of the half.
See if they can shake the junior from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Talk about him being the all-conference kicker this year. That's how much they think of him.
He was 3 of 4 from 50 to 99 yards. Todd said he made a 60-yarder? He also made 57-52 versus Miami. From 40 to 49 yards, he's 5 of 5. And the only other one he missed was one in between 30 and 39. So he's very, very talented. And we talked earlier about this game maybe coming down to field goals. Our guy made his, so we're 1 for 1 right now in our case. But let's see if we can't block it or do something here to disrupt him a little bit.
Well, weather's not a factor. It's 74 degrees and no wind here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. The roof is not retracted in any way today. 56-yard attempt. Love looks up at that north field goal. Snap it back, put it down, kick it up, and good. He got it from 56 yards out. The Hokies put 3 on the board and run out the second quarter. What a strange first half. It's 10-8 Gamecocks. We'll have Shane Beamer in just a moment with Chet Tucker. As you all know, the first drive of the ball game was sensational for Carolina. 7 plays, 75 yards. They had 4 plays on that drive of over 14 yards. And then it slowed down for the Gamecocks there afterwards. We gave up a safety after Jay Johnson got a pick in the end zone but brought the ball out after the pick. Gamecocks started on the 2-yard lines. Lenore Sellers, a couple plays later, sacked in the end zone for the safety. And Gamecocks continue to get some plays, and here's Chet Tucker and Shane Beamer.
Coach, kind of a funky first half there. Lots of stops and starts. What did you think of the performance?
Yeah, pretty good start for our offense in the first drive, and then the last drive. And in between, not so good. But that's a first game, a lot of self-inflicted mistakes. We just got to settle down and do our jobs.
Best of luck in the second half, Coach.
Chet, thank you so much. That's Chet, who's with Coach Beamer for the Dukes Mayo interview. Dukes Mayo, the official mayonnaise of the Gamecocks. It's got twang. Along with Tommy Suggs, I'm Todd Ellis. Chris Miller is coming up next. Our halftime report. All your highlights and numbers from the first half. Our first half score, Carolina 10, Virginia Tech 8. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win. Got it! Let's go!
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field. Oh, it's gone!
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
It's not just football season, Gamecock fans. It's tailgate season. So stock yours with plenty of fresh, locally grown, certified SC foods and drinks. Not only will you help support our state's farmers, enjoying farm to table can be on any table, like folding tables and your lap tables, truck tailgate tables, buffet tables, or whatever table. So choose fresh, choose local, choose certified SC. It's a matter of taste. Learn more at certifiedsc.com.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield. It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beamer ball just punched them in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at GamecocksOnline.com.
The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome to the Halftime Report. Coming up, we'll listen back to first half highlights, check the first half numbers, and take a look at the Beatbox College Football Scoreboard. Now, once again, here's Chris Miller.
Halftime score from Mercedes-Benz Space Stadium in Atlanta. It is South Carolina 10, Virginia Tech 8. Let's go back now to Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Tommy Suggs standing by with a special guest. Tommy?
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, we do have a special guest, and we were just reminiscing about the Peach Bowl and the Aflac kickoff, but my guest is President CEO of I guess, the Aflac, and what is it? What do we call it over here? Because you guys do the Peach Bowl, you do the Aflac kickoff, you do the golf tournaments, you do all Hall of Fame, you do everything.
Well, we're blessed to be a part of college football and using college football for the greater good, like this game we call Kickoff for a Cause, where we'll raise over $300,000 to give back to Aflac Cancer and Blood Disorder Center to create new trials to find cures to eradicate and childhood cancer, as September's Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. That'll put us at with the new $2.5 million that we donated this week to the existing trials. We have 18 existing trials in 5 different hospitals, 4 different states, everything from neuroblastoma to leukemia to osteosarcoma, and we're trying to find something that will eradicate childhood cancer to give a kid another month, another year, maybe another lifetime to live. So we're using college football for the greater good.
Well, I admire you, Gary. And Gary Stoken is our guest here. I do want to talk about the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl that you guys, the Hall of Fame, all this stuff, and you're retiring. And I just, from one, you and I were chatting about this, from one that played in the 1969 Peach Bowl when it was at Grant Field or Bobby Dodd Stadium, and it was a monsoon, no artificial turf. You guys have brought this thing a long way to take it from a lower level bowl to where it is now. All the things y'all do around and what you brought into Atlanta, and you've been the catalyst for that. I know that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've just been blessed to be in a great city that really gets sports. I mean, from a corporate headquarters like Chick-fil-A and Dan Cathy and Truett Cathy and Andrew Cathy, from Virgil Miller and Dan Amos at Aflac to Kia to Delta to Home Depot. We have so many corporate sponsors that just get it. They want to get back to the city. Great facilities like this. We've got 3 interstates that make it easy to travel into, and we've got people that really enjoy being volunteers and giving back Southern hospitality. And I've got the best staff in the business and the best board very supportive, made up of those corporations. So those are all the ingredients. You just put it in a recipe and you make Atlanta the capital of college football.
Well, you've done that, and with all that support is tremendous, but you still gotta bring it together and create the right culture, and it looks like you've done that. So I congratulate you and thank you on behalf of all college football fans, particularly in the Southeast, for what you guys have done here.
Well, that means a lot coming from you, because I know you know college football, you played at a high level, you've been around teams, and you know you have to develop a culture. You got to create a vision, but then you got to execute, and we've executed, whether it's selling out 17 of 21 kickoff games and really changing the face of college football on the front side of the season with this Aflac kickoff game, because prior to us in 2008 starting this with Clemson and Alabama, people would play directional schools and have an easy win to get into their conference schedule. And now you look at this weekend between these two games that we've had, Tennessee and Syracuse, Virginia Tech, South Carolina, Miami, Notre Dame tonight, Clemson, LSU last night, Florida State and Alabama, Ohio State and Texas. That would have never happened.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And so we've changed the face of college football, and it's been very meaningful for the CFP selection committee, because these games are major data points. They use the non-conference schedule to really develop who's going to be in that playoff.
Well, I tell you, Dick, you've done a great job. Cancer is very special to my family. We lost our daughter, 33 years old, a few years ago. She had cancer for 8.5 months.
Wow.
And,
it affects everybody.
It does. A lot of our friends, their children have had it. So what you guys are doing are phenomenal. And we just want to thank you for that and congratulate you on your retirement as well.
Well, thank you. I looked up in the dictionary retirement, and it said, quote unquote, cease to work. I've been in sports 47 years. I'll turn 71 in March next year. I haven't worked a day in my life, so I don't think I can retire.
Oh, you're a great American. Don't retire. I promise you. Congratulations.
Tommy,
thank you for
appreciate
being here.
Good luck second half.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to Chris Miller. Chris?
Thanks, Tommy. At the half, it's Carolina 10, Virginia Tech 8. More of the halftime show coming up. You're listening to Carolina Football from Learfield.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Every Gamecock is felt it. Under the lights at Williams-Brice, towels swing into Sandstorm, catching sight of cocky and belting forever to thee. With all you got, the Carolina spirit stays with you. And the Carolina Jackpot is one more way to keep that spirit alive. Every $5 scratch-off funds education, helping future Gamecocks carry on our traditions. And now it's easier to play by paying with a debit card at participating retailers. The South Carolina Education Lottery, supporting Gamecocks, students, and you. See the Players Club app or sceducationlottery.com for game odds and more information.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield. The Gamecocks are a-calling, and Coach Beamer has the answers.
Line one. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown, Carolina.
Thanks to everyone for coming out. What an awesome crowd on a Thursday night. We need to make sure we have this and more every Thursday throughout the season as well.
Tune in to Carolina Calls at our new time, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Right here on your home for Gamecock football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at GamecocksOnline.com.
Carolina leading Virginia Tech 10-8 at the break. Chris Miller at our network studios. This game, it started off exactly like you hoped for if you were a Gamecock fan. Carolina takes the football after Virginia Tech won the toss, march right down the field, and it's Lenora Sellers putting the first points on the board for the Gamecocks.
3rd down and 5. They empty the backfield. Oscar Attaway goes out to the left side. Lenore's quarterback draw straight at the middle. Breaks a tackle, 10-5. Are you kidding me? Opening drive. Number 16 leaves off where he left off a year ago. 15 yards. Touchdown Carolina. Touchdown Lenora Sellers. He had 7 rushing TDs a year ago. He gets his first on the opening drive in Atlanta.
The two teams would trade punts, and then it'd be Virginia Tech football and Jair Johnson making his first play as a Gamecock.
3rd and 10 at the Gamecock 20-yard line, just right outside of it. Drones back in the shotgun again, looking over to that left side. He's got 3 wide receivers that way. Stumbles with the football. Here comes Stewart. He can't get him. Drones rolling right side, throwing to the end zone, picked off. The Gamecocks come out of the end zone. That's the only mistake they made.
That's the only one. You're right. Yeah.
Only mistake that they made. And that spread, J.R. Johnson, 6'4", 240-pound freshman from Norfolk, Virginia, with his first big play as a Gamecock.
So after the pick, unfortunately, coming out of the end zone would cost Carolina 2 points.
2nd down, actually more than 10-yard lines. How about a long one to Harbor? Sellers is in the end zone, and they're going to sack him. Touchback. Safety play. -2, and it's a safety. Oh, man, Fred Johnson's going to be crushing himself now. He put the Gamecocks in that position, and then Sellers can't escape for once, and they sack him for a safety.
The two teams would trade field goals for the rest of the half, and that would make it our halftime score 10-8. Hardee's $5.99 original bag is back, now with even more full-size sandwiches to choose from, like the new spicy chicken sandwich plus fries and a drink. Don't settle for junior burgers. Get big savings on full-size goodness at Hardee's. We'll check the numbers on the first half after this timeout. Your halftime score, Carolina 10, Virginia Tech 8. This is the halftime show with Carolina football from Learfield.
NCAA fans, what's the best part of being at a game live? The color. There's nothing more exciting than seeing an entire stadium completely decked out in garnet and black. So why not add to that and put yourself right in the middle of it all? Because that color encompasses everything, from the tailgating and the fight songs to the marching band halftime shows. So let your true colors show and get ready to yell and cheer until you're blue in the face by scoring verified tickets today at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the University of South Carolina Gamecocks. Get tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Parents, did you know that over 23% of South Carolina high schoolers have used vape pens and that 1 in 5 teenagers currently vape? But did you also know that more than 80% of kids ages 10 to 18 say their parents help them make smart decisions? Talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping. Try short conversations. The more short conversations you have, the easier it gets. Because if you're not talking to them, someone else is. Get conversation starters at openconversationsc.com.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at gamecocksonline.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of South Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of South Carolina and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of South Carolina.
What does farm to table mean to you, Gamecock fans? Well, thanks to South Carolina farmers and chefs, you can enjoy locally grown food at any table, including tailgates. Visit CertifiedSC.com. It's a matter of taste. Chris Miller here at our network studios. Carolina leads it 10-8 over Virginia Tech. Stations, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Carolina football from Learfield. Time now to check the Beatbox College scoreboard. Beatbox now for sale at Williams-Brice Stadium. In the SEC, Missouri defeated Central Arkansas 61-6. Auburn over Baylor 38-24. Ohio State topped Texas 14-7. LSU over Clemson 17-10. Georgia over Marshall 45-7. It was Florida State 31, Alabama 17. Florida 55, Long Island University nothing. Oklahoma 35-3 over Illinois State. Texas A&M 42-24 over UT San Antonio. Ole Miss over Georgia State 63-7. And Tennessee beat Syracuse 45-26. Let's check the first half stats. Team stats right now, Carolina has 9 first downs compared to 8 for Virginia Tech. Third down efficiency, Carolina 3 of 7. You've got Virginia Tech 3 of 10. Passing yards, 125 for Va-Tech, 89 for Carolina. Running the football, 96 on the ground, 48 for Virginia Tech. Sellers has 89 yards passing, 7 of 13. Oscar Attaway, the leading rusher for the Gamecocks, as he has rushed it for 72 yards on the game so far. So that is your first half stats. Again, leading receiver for the Gamecocks, it's Nick Harbor, 2 for 35. Faison has 5 carries for 28. Brady Hunt, 2 for 25. Up next, when we return, we'll have the call of the second half. Carolina leading Virginia Tech 10-8. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
I'm State Treasurer Curtis Loftus. Whether it's becoming a teacher, dentist, or engineer, every child deserves the chance to chase their dreams. Investing in a child's education with Future Scholar, South Carolina's 529 College Savings Plan, can help turn those big dreams into next steps. So don't wait. You can start with any amount. Contributions are tax deductible and earnings grow tax-free. Discover the smart, easy way to save for college at futurescholar.com.
Up and high, steps into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Hey, Gamecock fans. This is Coach Shane Beamer, and I want to encourage you to fly local. From takeoff to touchdown, the team and I support our local airport. For more information about the official airport of the Gamecocks and for a list of CAE's nonstop destinations, visit flycae.com.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Halftime at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Your South Carolina Gamecocks leading Virginia Tech 10-8 in the Aflac kickoff game. With the call of the second half, here is the voice of the Gamecocks, Todd Ellis.
And welcome back. Thank you, Chris. It's our halftime report. Tommy Suggs on Todd Ellis. Chet Tucker down on the sidelines of the Gamecocks, and the Hokies go at it here in the second half of the 2025 Aflac Kickoff Classic. Gamecocks lead it 10-8. Tommy, you and I, we got opinions about everything, but it's not too hard to figure out what we need to do, at least offensively, is go back to what we were doing on that first drive of the ball game. We went 75 yards on 7 plays. Hokies going to get the ball here to open up the second half. We got on that side of the ball, I assume we just need to keep some guys healthy on defense.
Yeah, we really do. We've got Judge Carr banged up a little bit, and he's talking about our offense. That All-American, All-World linebacker they had missed the first drive, and as you well know, came back in and played after that. So
here's Kelly with a kickoff and a bring it back up to the 15-yard line is Prelo. He brings it out of the end zone or right at the goal line. Good coverage by Carolina's coverage kickoff team. Just 15 yards on the return. Joe DeCamillis and a couple other coaches slapping those guys on the shoulder, so not great field position start for the Hokies as they are down 2 in this ball game. Just underway in Atlanta. Great to be with you on the Gamecock Sports Network. Just to recap, Dylan Stewart had a stinger on defense. He's back out there now. That's a shoulder injury. And 1st and 10 for Drones, the quarterback for Virginia Tech. He'll hand off left side, breaking the initial tackle on the play is Marcellus Hawkins, and he'll turn that into a 7-yard gain. And we're on the side where Brian Thomas, number 46, the junior from Windermere, Florida, defending on the play. He's the starter at that end. Kyle Kennard was on that end a year ago when they were so dynamic, Stewart and Kennard. Drones back to work. Working out of that shotgun most of the day he has. And the ground game, the same direction. Hawkins this time into the arms of Goodwine. He'll take him down, but not before the Hokies get a first down on a 3-yard run. Tommy, the statistics pretty balanced between the two teams. Before that run play, 185 to 181. Carolina with a slight lead in total offense, and we were balanced. 89 yards passing, 96 rushing. And the Hokies had some big pass plays that they hit, but maybe that's why we've got ourselves a 10-8 game. Out of the gun. Here's Drones again on the ground again as Hawkins trying to turn the corner. And the corner has got to come up and make the play. Brandon Cisse, that junior, who's already had a pass breakup in this ball game with a nice hit on Hawkins after a 7-yard gain.
Hawkins had 19 yards rushing in the first half. Seemed like he had more than that. But right now he seems to be the guy they're going with.
And they haven't run the ball.
Yeah.
Drones taking his time. Speaks to almost every offensive lineman. Now steps back in the pocket, working off that right hash mark. Coming from north to south here. With Sky motion behind him. They'll hand off again straight at the middle. Goodwine puts a hand on the shoulder pad of Hawkins, the runner. Gets some help from Fred Johnson. And it's just a 1-yard gain on the play. 3rd and about 2 yards to go. Upcoming. Nick Barrett, good to see him back in there. We saw him go down in that first half, but he appears to be okay. So 4 wide receivers are going to go out and spread out. It's just Drones in the back, Hawkins on a 3rd down and 2. 12:28 to go in the 3rd quarter. High snap. Drones taking it himself, left side. DQ Smith up there. Gamecocks collide with him, but not before he's got a first down around the 42-yard line. Fred Johnson part of that, along with Peyton Williams, in making the stop. And showing some quickness is the quarterback Drones on the play. 8-yard gain, Virginia Tech first down.
In fact, that option up to the middle to Hawkins, which they've run about 4 times, and then he kept it to the outside and had good room out there. And a couple of our guys went for the fake, and that happens when you have a successful running game.
Prelo replaces Hawkins in the backfield. Drones going to work out of the gun again. 4-man rush for Carolina. Pressure up the middle. He gets bumped as he throws it into coverage and incomplete. Oh, almost another amazing catch from Aiden Green. He was being blanketed by Cisse on the play, but Green almost came down with it. He struck the ground on his back and got away from it. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Got to hold that ball. Have total control of it through the ground.
Nick Harbor had a touchdown taken away in the first half. Doing that here in this end zone, the south end zone. Drones, 2nd down and 10. Working off the left hash mark. They're in their all orange uniforms today. He'll hand off to Prelo. Prelo cutting it back across the 45, jumped up in the air. Right on that Aflac logo, almost to midfield. A 5-yard gain on the play. J.R. Johnson and Gabriel Brownlow Dendy making the stop. Virginia Tech wants to go fast on the 8th play of the drive. 4-man front for Carolina. Actually 3 was Sean Murphy walked up. Drones brings 3 wide receivers over to the right side, now changing things up again. 12 seconds remaining on the play clock. Now they'll reset. Snap it back. Thrones looking right side. Thrones guns it and dropped right at the Carolina 45-yard line. It would have been a first down to Heath, who can't hold on to it. The sophomore from Richmond, Virginia, with a drop on the play, and that slows the drive for Virginia Tech. Watch out, they can fake a punt as well. But the Gamecocks with a stop at the benefit of a drop.
That's 2 drops by Virginia Tech receivers when they were wide open. Carolina's had 1, so just one of those things happen.
Nick Veltsitas back to punt for Virginia Tech. Snap it to him a little low. They get it off. Good punt, not going to turn over. Kilgore's out. It's angling towards the Gamecock sideline. Hits just inbounds and then out. No damage done there. Carolina will get the football. So Carolina gets a stop on the first drive of the first half for Virginia Tech. And they hold that narrow 10-8 lead. We'll be back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Hey Gamecock fans, welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where our bold Mayo has been winning over fans since 1917, where everyone's welcome, whether you're tailgating or watching from home. So cheer on the Garnet and Black as loud as you want, because as the official Mayo of University of South Carolina Athletics, we'll be cheering along with all of the Gamecock fans in Duke's Country. Find Duke's Mayo at a store near you or visit dukescountry.com to learn more.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield. Carolina Calls has flown the coop, and they've landed at a new time, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights.
Gives other guys an opportunity, and that's what's fun about coaching. And
some of the freshmen were going to be in many roles throughout the lineup.
Yeah, no, I like our freshman class. When people do recruiting rankings, they got the last 2 years of recruiting here for us correct.
7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us here on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Listening to South Carolina football on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Hear every game for free on the South Carolina Game Day app. You can also listen via Gamecocks All Access at gamecocksonline.com.
Just underway in the second half here in Atlanta, Georgia, the Aflac Kickoff Classic. 10:48 to go. Virginia Tech just off the field after a punt. Stop on their first drive. And Gamecocks about to get their first drive of the second half. Let's check that on the sideline. Here's Chet Tucker.
Hey, Todd, I know everyone is interested to hear what the report on injuries is at a halftime. It's mixed news. Judge Collier, as we expected, he was on crutches in the first half, still on crutches on the sideline in the second half, will not return. Everybody else, Jalen Kilgore, Gerald Kilgore, Dylan Stewart, Nick Barrett, all good to go for the second half.
Thank you for that thorough Prisma Health Injury Report, Chet Tucker. We'll talk with you throughout the ball game. And let's see what this Mike Shula-led offense does now with Lenoris Sellers at the helm. 1st and 10 is going to be from his own 16-yard line. Jaden Sellers, the brother of Lenoris, is checked into the ball game. Number 17, 5'11", 175-pound freshman from Florence, South Carolina. What a thrill for his mother and father and brother right now. He'll split out to the right side with Nick Harbor in the slot. Attaway's the back for the moment, working off the right hash mark, going from south to north. Gamecocks in all black. Sellers comes in motion behind Sellers. They'll hand off to Attaway. Good little hole right side for Oscar. Will gain it 3 yards on first down. And Mazio Bennett Jr. comes back in for Sellers.
Not going fast.
No, break the huddle again.
Yeah, have a huddle.
Three wide receivers over the left side. Brady Hunt now comes into the backfield with Oscar Attaway and Sellers. Sellers claps the hands, calls for the football. Play action inside. Got good time. Now going to dump it out late to Oscar. Great move at the 25. Another cut at the 30. Oscar eating them up. Oh, wow. He looked like a ghost out there to those guys, spinning, flipping, moves left and right against 15 yards and a Carolina first down. What eyes. What eyes.
Yeah, I thought I was at a ballet recital there for a little bit, watching him turn and twist and all that. It's very athletic moves. Good vision.
Now they're quicker to the line of scrimmage. Sellers going to roll right. There's that little dump to Brady Hunt. Still hadn't been covered. They hadn't covered that since we started the ball game. And the little swing play to Hunt. That's 15 yards. It averaged 14 yards in the first half. And Hunt now is the leading receiver. That's 3 for 40 yards.
Transfer from Ball State. Very successful player with us.
Oscar Attaway goes in motion over to the right side. Sellers settles down as tight end. Going to run it right side with Sellers. Trying to cut back. Norris gets hit. A couple of his guys, including Bo Stanley, push him forward.
We'll take that, though. About a 6-yard gain.
Yes, we will. Inside the 45 of the Hokies. A 5-yard gain on the play after they mark it.
You know, you got to run him. I know we want to do other things, but he is such a threat. Your defensive coordinator, you're always
scared to death.
Yes, you've always got to be aware that he can run the football.
Hunt's in the backfield with Oscar Attaway. He'll hand it to Oscar, going left side, runs right in the back of one defender. Looks like his own man may have pushed him into it. And they'll pick him up, but there'll be no gain. Trevon Ball, the right guard, junior from Atlanta, Georgia, trying to get a victory here today. There's 8:22 to go in the third quarter. Carolina is up 10-8. 10-8, that was our halftime score. It's the first drive of the second half of the Gamecocks. Sellers in the gun, crossing route, guns one over Mazio Bennett's head. Just too much juice on it and too high, because there was a lot of green turf ahead of him. If Mazio was able to get that one in his chest.
I think occasionally Sellers has had a tendency to throw across the middle a little high, Todd. Sometimes that has to do with the people coming at him with their hands up, stuff like that. And not sure if that was not the case there, but we've seen him do that a little bit in his early career.
There's fourth down for Carolina. They're on Virginia Tech's side of the field. A good fake situation for the Gamecocks. Mason Love set back to punt, and he does boot it away. So each team gets a stop, and a vicarious fair catch down at the 6-yard line for Holloway of Virginia Tech. And they've got the Hokies backed up. Each team blanks on their first drive of the second half. Carolina still leads it 10-8 with 8:03 to go in the third. We'll be back. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Hey Gamecock fans, it's Brady Hunt, here to tell you all about Harrison's and Ariat. My role is all about versatility, and Ariat knows a thing or two about that, from rugged work boots and even casual shoes, plus tons of Western and casual clothes for the whole family. Ariat has it all, and nobody has more Ariat than Harrison's, the home of work, Western, and wow. Ariat and Harrison's are a winning combo for the job site, date night, the tailgate, and beyond. Shop Ariat at a Harrison's near you or at harrisonsusa.com.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
We always picture the SEC student athlete for their speed, their vertical, their agility, but it's time we picture them for more. For their campus voice, their community outreach, and for the simple fact that 20 years later, they're still someone's pride and joy. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the garden black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage is picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beaver ball just punched him in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
Back in Atlanta, the Gamecocks are up 10-8. Each team had a series in the second half and had to punt it away. And Tommy, I'm surprised. You look down at Kyron Drone's numbers, 8 of 21, 38% for 124 yards, but he's thrown some dimes on some of these deep passes. Tech has not gone back to that in a while. They tried one, I guess, here on a penalty play, and it was almost caught, but I think that's what Carolina's got to look out for right now, taking a shot down the field.
I think you're right about that, and we've got Judge Collier out, and they know that as we do, and he's got some great receivers out there. Green is really good. They adjust to the ball exceptionally well. He catches the ball high, and I wouldn't mind throwing a receiver like that too. I had some great ones when I played. You did as well, but still, those receivers that can go up and get it, when you throw it long and battle for it, position their bodies correctly, that's hard to beat. And he throws a great pass anyway. I'm just concerned about their throwing against our secondary right now. We're putting pressure on him back there. We just got to make sure we get him a couple of times and change their plans.
Kilgore's in the slot now as a nickelback, Busey, and it's safety. They'll run the ball left with Hawkins and track down. It looked like DQ Smith playing up close to the line of scrimmage from a strong safety spot, runs him out of bounds. Let's see where they spot it. And no gain on the play. 2nd and 10 upcoming. So David Busey, the freshman, redshirt freshman from Savannah, Georgia, two-way player in high school, had 4 tackles last season, playing there for Peyton Williams right now. At their own 6-yard line, 2 tight ends set for Drones. Busey lines up, gonna blitz. They run away from it, and there's some space at the 15. Hawkins cuts it back, and but for a good tackle by DQ Smith, that could have been real trouble. 11-yard gain, a first down. So Clayton White dialed up Busey from the safety spot to blitz, and they ran away from it. Just really good luck and execution by Virginia Tech.
It looks to me that both teams are having more success running into the short side of the field. They line up on the hash mark, they send somebody in motion to the wide side, all that stuff, but then they run it back in kind of a counter play to the short side, and that's a good example of it right there.
Virginia Tech up to 3.7 yards a carry they're averaging right now. And they'll throw it this time out on the edge and caught Cameron Seldon on a quick out from his slot position and gains 5 yards on the play. 2nd down and 5. They're at their own 23-yard line. Another wide receiver screen out on the edge, and Seldon tries to truck one of the Gamecock defenders, DQ Smith. It's a big impact, but he doesn't get through it. Good way to hold on, DQ. Good job, got good help. 3-yard gain on the play, but here comes 3rd down. Dez comes out. And Brian Thomas in at the defensive end along with Dylan Stewart. Drones out of the gun. Wide side of the field is over to his right. He needs 2 yards. He's going to run it himself. He runs into Bucci, and I think he got enough because he ran over him. The safety came up to make the play, but couldn't get him down in time, and it's a first down Virginia Tech with 5:35 to go in the 3rd.
Yeah, that time Stewart was back there, but he went with the fake, and no problem. That happens occasionally, no problem there, but just good call, good fake. You got to have a good fake back there if you're going to have your quarterback running on the corner or the edge, as they call it, and that happened. Well-executed play to get the first down.
It's 10-8 Carolina with 5:13 to go in the 3rd quarter. Devontae Miles and Gabriel Brownlow Indian at the defensive tackles. Drones drops straight back in the pocket. Wants to gun one down the far sideline over the shoulder and caught on the Gamecock sideline. And there's 2 flags on the play and a lot of chirping by the wide receiver. That's Devin Alves, the first of the day for him. The Melbourne, Florida junior. Played defensive back last year. He just made a great catch, 29 yards.
Yeah, I think that was pass interference on Swain. Coach's staff came out on the field right on the edge of it, rather, because it happened on
pass interference, number 4, defense. Penalty is declined. Result is a completed pass. First down.
Another good example, Todd, of what you and I were speaking of a few minutes ago, was just throwing it deep, getting isolation on our guys, and letting those receivers adjust to the ball and make good catches. I mean, they're good receivers, quite honestly. And our guys are in position, just not quite making the play.
Another one, Drones dropped in there, too.
Yes.
Perfect spot. Looked like he had a drone drop it in.
Oh, that's good.
You like that, don't you? You're waiting all day to say that. 1st and 10 for Virginia Tech. They trail by 2. Drones wants more. Play action. He's not going to get it because big number 6 is in there. Sack for Dylan Stewart. Sack on Drones. Drops him back. And that's another All-American heating and air sack for Soldiers. And there's a flag on the play.
Yeah,
on the far sideline.
Swain got up and said, look, can you believe what they just did? I think it was Swain. Yeah, number 4 got up and said that, looked over at Coach Beamer, then all of a sudden the official came in and dropped his flag. I do not know what that was about, but it looked like to me that either Swain got pulled down, there was something that Virginia Tech did, but I may be wrong.
After the play is over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 3, offense.
There you go.
15-yard penalty will be enforced from where the runner was tackled. Down counts, second down.
There you go, yeah.
Ouch, ouch.
I knew something was wrong because Swain got up, literally was sitting on his bottom and threw his arms up in the air like, did anybody see that? I didn't see it, but I saw his reaction. Shane Beamer came out. The official then came up and dropped the flag.
Well, that was right after another All-American heating and air sack for Soldiers.
Now, number 3 went by him and just gave him a late cheap shot.
And that's another $200 donation to our veterans. Drones now. It ain't no Pickens County picnic right here. 2nd down and 32. Ball on the 40-yard line. 4 seconds to go on the play clock. 4-man rush for Carolina. They're going to run the ball up the middle, and the Gamecocks meet Hawkins. 2 of them right there in his chest. Boom! What a play. Dylan Stewart. And that's J.O., our linebacker from Germany. He knows how to read it there. Stewart with back-to-back plays from his end position.
Stewart faked like he was rushing, then went across and lined up to play the middle defensive scheme that time and made the play.
3rd down and 32 with 3:37 to go in the 3rd quarter. Drones out of the gun. Wants to run. They had him in their arms. Now J.O. is tracking him, and he throws the ball away as he runs out of the Gamecocks sideline. No gain on the play.
It's an incomplete forward pass. 4th down.
Nick Barrett with the pressure on the play, and J.O. runs over and knocks the ball away.
I thought it had to go past the line of scrimmage, but maybe not.
No.
No, that's right.
Outside the box.
Yes, outside the box. You got it. It's my first game, too.
Yeah, we're back. We're getting back in the swing.
I mean,
all right, now the punt team comes on for Virginia Tech. And Carolina moving a lot of players around. They punted away. We had one guy get through. Bakari Swain calls for the fair catch at the 18-yard line and gets it cleanly. Not great field position for Carolina. Not terrible, just not a great one today. 42 yards on the punt. So that's some action going on here from the defense. Dylan Stewart, the All-American, with a sack and a stop on the run play. A penalty out of frustration by Virginia Tech, and the Gamecocks take over. It's 10-8. Carolina, 3:22 to go in the 3rd. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
When you see the SEC student athlete, it's easy to picture the swing, the stance, the form. But look closer, and you'll see the heart, the brain, the clutch lab partner, the avid two-stepper, the pride of a hometown, and a little brother's hero. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
The Gamecocks are a-calling, and Coach Beamer has the answers.
Line one. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown, Carolina.
Thanks to everyone for coming out. What an awesome crowd on a Thursday night. We need to make sure we have this and more every Thursday throughout the season as well.
Tune in to Carolina Calls at our new time, Thursdays at 7 p.m. right here on your home for Gamecock football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Gamecocks went 9-4 a year ago, won 6 straight in the regular season to make it 9-3. And Shane Beamer became SEC Coach of the Year. They're trying to start off the 25 season in the right way. ACC-SEC battle here in Atlanta, 10-8 Gamecocks with 3:22 remaining in the third quarter. And Tommy, both teams stuttered a little bit, had some success here in the second half, but yet to score. Carolina needs to find a route here for maybe a nice long scoring drive.
I agree with that. I think you look at the first game, everybody talks about that, and rightfully so. But I think offensively, you're working in some new players. You can't do a lot. We just got to be patient, and then we just got to get back, though, to what got us in that first drive as much as we can. I said earlier, the all-world linebacker Woodson got charged with DUI. They were going to penalize him or whatever. I think he sat out the first drive, and that's it. And that's okay. That's their call. But he has made a difference, no question about it. But still some plays, to me, some misdirection, getting Linares on the corners, things like that, that even he probably can't stop. So it'll be interesting to see what we do now. Now's a good time to get something going, though, for sure.
They break the huddle, clap the hands, and head up the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10. On the Gamecock own 18-yard line. Sellers out of the gun, 3 wide receivers over the left side. And he wants to throw quickly. He's got a square in at the 30, 35, 40. Oh, what a nice throw to Donovan Murph. The first catch of the young wide receiver's career from Irmo, South Carolina. That's a 21-yarder. And, man, that was in a nice window by Sellers.
It really just got by the outreached hands of Keller, their linebacker, but it got by him, so that's all that matters.
And they'll empty the backfield again. They got Sellers in, the brother Sellers, and now Linares Sellers just dropped back and sacked. They had his leg. He couldn't escape and get rid of the football, and that's -10 on the play.
We gave up 41 sacks last year, even with Linares Sellers giving up, 2 or 3 here tonight. So, not good.
That's not third down, it's second down, Mr. Stadium announcer. Second down and 20. After the loss, ball on the 29-yard line. Virginia Tech fans getting pumped after that play. Harbor goes in motion. They'll go in that direction. Brady Hunt catches a little flat route, and the leading receiver today gains 5 on that one. Hunt caught just 2 passes a year ago for 22 yards. And today he's got 5. Now it's third down and a long one. 3rd and 15. 1:41 to go in the third quarter. Sellers took a sack, got us behind the chains. Dazio Bennett, Donovan Murph, and Nick Harbor in. Hunt splits out and gets in the slot right side. Sellers got a 4-man rush in some real trouble and sacked again. That wasn't even close, Tommy.
My gosh.
They just came through. I thought we were setting the screen up or something. It was so easily done.
I didn't understand the play anyway, quite honestly. It looked like it was just a short throw out into the flat and trying to isolate maybe the running back or somebody on about 3 orange jerseys. That was going to be hard. We were not going downfield with it, or where he was looking anyway. So
Santiago, one of the defensive tackles that made the stop, but they were running a little twist in there.
Wow.
And Carolina did not handle it at all. So Rodney Newsom's in at left guard and Josiah Thompson. Here's Love to punt. It's a spinner. Holloway steps back at the 30-yard line for a fair catch, and he's got it. So no damage done by either team in the second half with 39 seconds to go in the third quarter. Carolina still leads at 10-8, just a 2-point lead.
But field position, they continue to have better field position than Carolina does. And does that affect your play calling? Certainly it does. And, of course, then the 2 big sacks is what really hurt us. And that's our own making.
Peyton Williams back in at the safety spot along with DQ Smith, Fred Johnson, and J.O. Justin Okoronku in at the linebacker spot. Preload's a tailback. Drones raises the leg, sends a man in motion behind him. Sky motion behind both he and the back. Preload's going to take it right side into the arms of Dylan Stewart. And Dylan apparently having no effects from that stinger he got early on in the second half. Rips Preload to the ground, and that'll be second down. I don't think no gain on the play. And 14 seconds, 13 seconds left in the quarter. It looks like Virginia Tech will go to the sideline, let it go. Yep. Going to the fourth quarter in Atlanta. This game very much in question. Carolina trying to find a way to go to 1-0 against this ACC opponent. We'll be back for the fourth quarter at the Aflac Kickoff Classic. Carolina up 10-8. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
It's that time of year again.
Gamecocks blocking at the 30-yard line.
And the Gamecocks are ready.
And this time, the guys in the Garden Black have got it.
Catch every minute of the action.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Beamer ball just punched them in the face.
Here on your home for South Carolina football.
Boom!
The Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
After 3 from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, it's South Carolina leading 10-8 over Virginia Tech in the Aflac Kickoff game. Time now to check the Beatbucks College scoreboard. Beatbucks now for sale in Williams-Brice Stadium. Games in the top 25 that happened yesterday was Ohio State defeating Texas 14-7. Penn State over Nevada 46-11. LSU topped Clemson 17-10. Georgia beat Marshall 45-7. It was Oregon over Montana State 59-13. Florida State upset Alabama 31-17. Arizona State 38. Northern Arizona 19. Michigan beat New Mexico 34-17. Florida over Long Island University 55-0. SMU over East Texas A&M 42-13. Kansas State topped North Dakota 38-35. Oklahoma blew out Illinois State 35-3. It was Texas A&M over Texas San Antonio 42-24. Indiana beat Old Dominion 27-14. Ole Miss over Georgia State 63-7. Iowa State defeated South Dakota 55-7. Texas Tech 67. Arkansas Pine Bluff 7. And it was Tennessee beating Syracuse 45-26. In games in the SEC not involving top 25 teams, it was last night Mississippi State over Southern Miss 34-17. Kentucky beat Toledo 24-16. And Arkansas beat Alabama A&M 52-7. With the call of the fourth quarter, here's the voice of the Gamecocks, Todd Ellis.
Chris, thanks so much. Look forward to being with you next week. You'll have the post-game show today as well. 15 minutes to go on this one. 2nd down and 9. At their own 31-yard line, Drones is in trouble. Got to roll left side, being trailed and run down. Taken down before he got back to the line of scrimmage all the way on this side of the field. And the Gamecocks' JT Gear, who made the play, is still down on the sideline. Awkwardly, I believe, fell on the heel of Drones, and he rolled his shoulder up underneath him, and we shall see. He's down on the sideline on this Virginia Tech bench. What effort, though, Tommy?
Yeah, Cece was over there too, number 15, the transfer from NC State. But both those guys really just kept running. Again, it's good examples of what Coach Spurrier had talked about, Todd, and having that speed and athleticism on the defensive side. We lost some great players last year, everybody knows that. But replaced them with some very good players, and got a lot of athleticism. And we look like, I think he's okay. Looks like, well, I don't know. He's walking off his little
I think he rolled that shoulder.
Yeah, me too. They're kind of holding his arm a little bit. They're heading to the locker room with him right now.
Our athletic training staff, Clint Haggard and his group, are attending to JT Gear. And Tommy, that's a position we can not afford to lose anybody.
Yeah.
Really only had 4 with experience at all, and one of them just went down, at least for the moment. But you're right, they're going to the 10th.
To the 10th, the Prisma 10th, yes.
All right, so that is going to bring Brian Thomas into the ball game with Dylan Stewart, and 3rd down for Drones, who got run down by JT Gear.
About 13 to go, folks.
14:33 to go in the ball game. 3rd down and 13. Carolina's up 10-8. Drones taking a long look over the sidelines, getting some late signals. Tailback for the moment is over to his left. 2 wide receivers are kind of stacked up over the wide side of the field. That's the right. Gamecock fans giving them a hard time. Drones trying to get it settled in. Got plenty of time. Carolina's defense adjusts. Drones in the pocket, bouncing. Throws across the ground, tipped up, and incomplete. That's Fred Johnson with the tip, because he had an open receiver behind him, and Johnson deflected it away, and Carolina will force the punt. Oh, Tommy, nice athletic play. Crossing route was there. Of course, Gamecock safeties were tracking over. Aiden Green was the intended receiver, but Johnson said, no way, it's not getting that far. I'm going to knock it to the ground here.
Yeah, he's got good instincts on the field. You can tell that by watching his moves, watching his anticipation.
The guard, Swain, set back to receive. Carolina coming. They don't get to it, but good pressure again. Swain says, get out of the way. And it bounces out of bounds on the Virginia Tech sideline.
Good call by Swain. Juju McDowell, he'd come up try to, he'd feel that
on the run.
I love him. Had dinner with him. Jane and I did. He and Lennar Sellis.
Illegal formation, kicking team, more than 4 players lined up in the backfield. 5 yards will be added to the end of the kick. 1st down, timeout. But
there's a timeout on the field. Gamecocks will have the football when we get back. Hold up.
Penalty at the previous spot. Replay 4th down.
We're going to replay 4th down. Yeah, 4th down.
Yeah.
Tommy, again, they're going to make them replay this. Should have been the original call. Shane Beamer marking out things to his specialist. Yeah, it was a pretty good kick and a good little roll, so maybe he thinks he can get better field position Here's actually, this should be automatic anyhow. And Virginia Tech will come back, and maybe Shane Beamer and Joe DeCamillis come after this one even harder than they've done the previous ones.
Well, I wouldn't do that. I'd let him kick it, and hopefully we get a better return, better field position or something, because you get a roughing the kicker and that kind of stuff. Just we don't need that.
Nick Velcidas back to kick from his own 8-yard line. Snap it back. Gamecock set up the return.
There you go. Yeah, good pick.
Good
kick.
Swain backs up to the 21-yard lines. Got some room. Comes up the middle. Now comes up to 35, 40. Down the near sideline. Breaks another tackle. Cuts back at the 40. 30. Got one blocker ahead of him. Cuts back again. Hit the 10. Stays on it.
Touchdown. Got it.
Touchdown.
Wow.
Big touchdown. Bakari Swain. Oh, my goodness. What a return.
And no flags.
We've been looking for the play in the special teams for a couple of years, and the Gamecocks just busted this one open in the fourth quarter with a Bakari Swain return of 80 yards.
And Todd, I don't know who it was. I hope we can watch it on the playoff, but somebody down there made a great move not to try to block. And had he blocked, it'd have been blocking in the back. And we're going to watch that hopefully here on the replay, but made a tremendous decision not to touch anybody right in front of the official. You know, sometimes like that you get pushing in the back or some crap. But anyway, it didn't happen. And boy, that was beautiful.
Bakari Swain was one of the most athletic plays. Forget about that it's in a return or not, to keep his feet. And that's the first punt return we've had for a touchdown since Ace Sanders got it against Michigan in the bowl game in 13. And now William Joyce just puts the capper on it. It's 17-8 Carolina.
Todd, here's the other thing too. It was 17 decided not to make the block, and it just a really great decision by him. Let's see who that is, because we got 3 17s. I think it is. No, we don't have that many. I think it was Solomon, the defensive back from Georgia, Ellaville, Georgia. But critical in that case was we decided not to go for the block, and it was a return. You called it the moment the ball was snapped. We did a return. They hit him a little bit and backed out of there and set it all up. But Swain's the guy that did it. I mean, he made some moves.
What a run.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, folks. God, we needed that. Woo!
There's a timeout on the field as the Gamecocks gather themselves, including us, with a punt return of 80 yards. They go up 17-8. We'll step away. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Some things in life are just made for each other. Peanut butter and jelly, macaroni and cheese, Modelo and college football. If you're listening to this, it means you live and breathe football all season long. You know what that makes you? A full-time fan, which means you deserve a Modelo, because football wouldn't be the same without you. Modelo is the official beer sponsor of the College Football Playoff. Please drink responsibly.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecocks Sports Network from Learfield.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown.
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. We're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Carolina Calls has flown the coop, and they've landed at a new time, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights.
Gives other guys an opportunity, and that's what's fun about coaching. And
some of the freshmen were going to be in many roles throughout the lineup.
Yeah, no, I like our freshman class. When people do recruiting rankings, they got the last 2 years in here for us correct.
7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us here on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
I think we just found our Sandsbury Eye Center to just see that play. I'm not sure I've seen one like that in a long time. Ace Sanders, one of my favorite players to ever play in a Gamecock uniform. So exciting in the punt return game. Bakari Swain just went 80 yards, and in every way he could do it. Great moves, breaking tackles, following his blockers. His blockers doing a good job, and that put the Gamecocks up 17-8.
And Todd, I want to go back and correct myself. The replay I'm having to look at, folks, is not that clear, but I think it was not Solomon who didn't make the block. It was actually Jaden Sellers, Lennar Sellers' younger brother, 5'11", 175, a true freshman out of Florence, South Carolina. South Florence. I think he was the one that made the good decision.
Max Kelly just kicked off, and 1 yard deep, they're going to bring it out. And knocked down at the 21-yard line. Good coverage again by the Gamecocks. A 20-yard return. P.J. Plalo has brought it out the last couple of times for Tech. And now the Hokies, who went to break here at halftime with 8 points, got to find something to get back in this ball game with 13:31 to go here in the fourth quarter. Long way from over, don't get me wrong, but a big strike play by Carolina give this football team a lot of momentum. See if the Hokies can respond back. Drones working with 2 wide receivers into the boundary left side. Now they'll make a man in motion, and they'll fake it to him, and Drones at the middle, but Carolina was waiting with Dylan Stewart. Boy, he's come to life here late in the second half after he had that stinger. He's got a sack and a couple tackles for a loss. It was not fooled on that play with the quarterback draw up the middle. Second down and 8 or 9 to go. Drones still taking his time. Look over to the left side to his signal callers. He's got 3 of them there, all covered up. 1 live and 2 fake play callers. 2 wide receivers over the right side. Drones claps their hands, calls for Carolina blitz off the edge. They throw a slant route in front of it, and it's caught but immediately taken to the ground. Jalen Kilgore makes a stop on Cameron Seldon, but it's good for 10 yards and a Hokie first down. Again, bad timing by Carolina on the blitz. That was the empty spot on the field, and Virginia Tech took advantage of it. Clock still running at 12:28. Each team with 3 timeouts remaining in the second half. We're in the fourth quarter. Running the ball left side behind the blocker. Cutting back is Hawkins. He'll leap over the 35-yard lines as Carolina cut him down, but it's still a 7-yard gain on the play. And Virginia Tech starting to move it, get towards midfield. This ball will be spotted at their own 38-yard line. Second down and 3 yards to go. The Hokies were 6-7 a year ago, but 5 of the 7 were one-score games. 2 of those by a field goal. 3 of them they really lost in the last 2 minutes of the game. Left side again running, and Hawkins gets cut down by DQ Smith. It's amazing. DQ, such a better tackler than he came in as a freshman, and played so many snaps. Leads the team and starts 38 coming into this year.
Lucky we didn't get a piling on penalty right there. A little late getting there, whomever that was that hit him when he first got on the ground. 1st and 10 with the clock running under 11:20. At their own 42-yard line, Virginia Tech down 17-8. Drones out of the gun, fakes inside, wants to go to work, throws a deep route, far sideline, another leaping catch, and it's caught over the shoulder. This guy's Isaiah Spencer. My gosh, how many times have they hit the deep ball today? That one good for 28 yards and one-on-one coverage with Cisse. They set it quickly, and VTech goes to work quickly. Fake inside, fade route left side. Now another one on a dive down to the 3-yard line. Oh, incomplete. It was a dime, he just couldn't bring it in. Donovan Green. Boy, right now, Drones is unconscious. That was an Alshon Jeffrey one-handed catch against Alabama right there to a degree, but he, unlike Alshon, could not pull it in.
What placement, though? I mean,
I agree.
On the catch, but
always on the outside, Todd. Never on the inside. Always throws it outside, but you've got to let the outside receiver adjust to it. And their receivers always on the outside.
Drones now going to empty the backfield. bring his man back in motion, speed sweep, fake. Drone's going to run it himself, right side. And he pushes inside the 25-yard line. He looks like he's got a step of urgency about him right now. Basically, everybody knew we're going to put this thing on his shoulders today. Everything runs through him. And right now, he's been a heck of a productive football player. He's up to 13 of 29 passing for 202 yards, had the interception. And he's also run the ball now 11 times for 24 yards. Clock at 10 minutes now. 10 minutes to go in the ball game. Carolina up 17-8. 1st and 10 at the Gamecock 24-yard line. Drone's out of the gun. Hawkins to his left. Fake again inside. Drone's going to run it. Runs into a Gamecock who takes him down. Puts a nice shoulder hit on that hip. Drones is a big guy, and so is Fred Johnson. Two Goliaths colliding right there. That's 4th down upcoming for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Jerome is...
Wow, that's 2 stones hit.
6'2", 235 himself, as Todd called it.
They bring the kicking team out, which makes sense, Tommy, based on the score. Yeah.
Plus, if you got a Mr. Automatic as your kicker there.
4th and 4 from the Carolina 23-yard line. That's a 40-yard kick. He's already hit a 56-yarder today, so here comes John Love again. Walks back, looks up, says he's ready. Snap it back. Put it down. Ooh, Gamecocks get some penetration, but Love got it up and good. Again, 3 points for VTech. Their first of the second half. And now it's a 6-point ball game. 17-11 Carolina. Good pressure by Dylan Stewart. Almost got his hand up and on that one. We come back with 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in the Aflac kickoff game. 2025 version. Gamecocks on top. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Hey Gamecock Nation, Coach Shane Beamer here. Experience the most electrifying entrance in all of college football as Cocky's Game Day guest, presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. Get 2 tickets to the Clemson game, 2 pregame sideline passes, gear, and more. Visit usccontest.com and enter today for your chance to be a Cocky's Game Day guest. Brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Virginia Tech gets on the board here in the second half for the first time with 9 minutes remaining. They kick a field goal and make it a 17-11 game. Carolina in the lead. Opener for each of the football teams. Carolina, we travel back to Williams-Brice Stadium next weekend. Saturday, we got our kickoff against South Carolina State. That Willie B. It'll be great to be back. It's great to be in Atlanta. What a nice trip. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Chet Tucker, our sideline man, is always getting information. We just don't like it so much, Chet, about injuries. I think you got another one update on the Prisma Health injury report.
JT Gear went down on the play where he made an excellent play on drones tracking him down. You mentioned it looked like he rolled up his shoulder. That indeed is the case. He's in a sling, will not return.
Wow, another defensive end edge player down.
Yeah, we've had some injuries today.
had some shoulder injuries.
Yes.
All right, so this brings Virginia Tech to kick it off from south to north with Harbor back. And Love has not given anybody a chance today. These things have been 8 yards deep. And he boots this one at Nick, and it will be over his head for a touchback. Harbor 2 catches on the day for 35 yards. As you mentioned, Brady Hunt, the tight end, leads the team with 4. Might be a good time for that play again, Tommy, on first down.
Exactly.
He's gotten us going a couple times.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see us also drag Harbor across the middle. You know, we did that on the first drive, and then one other time we put kind of out in the flat, more or less. But here we go. Let's see. We need about a 5 or 6, 7 minute drive here to get some points.
2 wide receivers over to the right side. Rashul Faison's in the game. They'll hand to him left side and some room. Faison slipped a little bit, or he might have had one more cut in him, and it had been open space to the end zone. It's still an 8-yard gain on the play. And the old turf bug didn't know his own man, Hunt, was coming in the hole. He just clipped his heel a little bit. Still a good first down run. That was Carolina now got a second down and 2.
That was a bad snap then. It was to the side, so fortunately it was to the side where he was handing it off.
2 wide receivers over the left side. Faison again, trying to pick it up, bouncing off Tech players, and it looked like he got to the line. He got a first down on his effort alone.
Yep, he did.
3-yard gain on the play. Clock running at 8:18 left in the ball game. Carolina up 17-11.
Faison now with 40 yards rushing on 8 attempts. Take that back. 38 yards on 7 attempts.
I've just seen mostly Oscar Attaway and Faison today, Tommy. I thought we'd see a little bit more of Isaiah Augusta.
Yeah, and possibly Howell and some others back there.
All right, a diamond formation with Sellers in the middle. He wants to throw it. He's got a post route, and here comes Nick Harbor, caught at the 10. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown, Nick Harbor. 64 yards out. They blew the starter gun, and he went for the Olympic record on that one. Nobody getting him. Boom!
You know, Todd, other than scoring a touchdown, the other great thing about that one is, number one, the confidence and all between these 2 guys. But number 3 is that we sent a word that he's going to go deep. So you got to play him deep now, which opened up the short route sometimes too, because he can run. He's had all kind of records and track 2 years ago. As we said earlier, he made a commitment to football. He did not go run track at Carolina this spring. He committed to football. He figures that's where he wants to go. And tremendous example of it right there.
They took one away from him earlier in the ball game, and he just got it back cleanly. Nobody going to get that one. And Joyce with the extra point. The Gamecocks have broken it open here with 7:42 to go in the ball game. It's 24-11 Carolina. World-class speed right there. Defensive back had no chance. What a great design play by Shula. Power, they had full protection in the backfield, made sure Sellers got it off, and a great pass from Sellers.
Exactly.
We'll step away. Back in a moment. 7:42 to go. 24-11 Carolina. This is Gamecock football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hey Gamecock fans, welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where our bold Mayo has been winning over fans since 1917, where everyone's welcome, whether you're tailgating or watching from home. So cheer on the Garnet and Black as loud as you want, because as the official Mayo of University of South Carolina Athletics, we'll be cheering along with all of the Gamecock fans in Duke's Country. Find Duke's Mayo at a store near you or visit dukescountry.com to learn more.
Oh,
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
And back in Atlanta, you hear in the background, Virginia Tech, they have entered the sandstorm. Sandman, we've got sandstorm. Let's go down the sideline. Here's Chet Tucker.
You go back to that punt return from Bakari Swain. Not only was it a big play in the game for the score, it put a little bit of life into this sideline as well. Coach Beamer was working up and down to each position group, turned to the crowd and was getting them fired up, and that momentum carried into that next possession there, capped off with the big pass from Sellers to Harbor, and it continues now with Sandstorm going.
Yeah, Chet, Tommy, those are both career longs for those guys as well, suitingly so. Sellers' longest throw, Harbor's longest reception, 65 yards.
And Todd, you and I was speaking off air here. We talked about Drone dropping the bucket. That was a good throw that time by Lennar Sellers. He dropped it perfectly, hit him in stride, and of course Harbor, he pulled it in.
Max Kelly, who's changed numbers, is kicking off again. He takes this one into the corner around the 9-yard line in good coverage again around the 24. They take down Quelo. Max Kelly wearing number 49, 15-yard return on the play. Now Virginia Tech needs 2 touchdowns, Tommy. They're trailed by 13. And that gave some cushion with 7:38 to go left in the ball game. You know, the other thing, Tommy, I'm always worried about with football teams, who are your playmakers, who are your scorers, who are your guys that are exceptional athletes? And between Swain and Harbor, you know, we're getting a touch of that. You have to have guys make plays like that.
And also Johnson.
Yes.
Could be one.
And now they got Marcellus Hawkins to the right side, but Carolina doesn't care. They kept pushing him back, and finally Cisse comes over and takes him to the ground. That's -2 on the play. Jalen Kilgore, a big part of that as well, holding on. Oh, Dylan Stewart with a big hit right there. He was getting ready to go to the ground. So it's 2nd down and 13. Ball on the 21-yard line of Virginia Tech. They trail 24-11. Drones got the ball bouncing. Going to throw in a crossing route. Got his man caught and cut down quickly on the play. Is Aiden Green. Good tackle by Carolina. Green continues to get catches across the middle. That's a 4th catch of the afternoon. And here's 3rd down for the Hokies. 3rd and 6. Carolina fans knowing this is crucial right here. Get a stop. And you can try to milk this thing and get it over with. In the 4th quarter, 6:27 to go. 3rd down and 6 on the 28 of Virginia Tech. 5 seconds left on the play clock. Snap it back. Drones in the pocket. Here comes Stewart. They throw crossing route quickly, and it's caught. It's Green. Soft zone, Tommy. We let him right underneath.
We did. Soft zone, plenty of guys, but we were all about 2 or 3 yards off of it, and they ran the perfect play. Doggone it.
Jeremy Coney is in at tailback now, the sophomore from Richmond, Virginia.
5:49 to go in the ball game. Let's just keep them out there, guys.
24-11. Virginia Tech trails the Gamecocks. Drones back to work, kind of fumbled the snap, handed it off to Coney up the middle. He crosses the 50-yard line into Gamecock territory on the run. And another Tech 1st down. 11 yards on that game.
They've been finding some creases all day long, Todd, against us, and should we work on that? But let's finish this game out first and try to stop that running game and put some more pressure on Drones back there.
Got him back down to 2.8 yards a carry. with a couple of those losses. 4-man front for Virginia Tech. 1st and 10. A slow rush, kind of holding back in there, and he one-hops it out at the Gamecock 35-yard line. A low throw, one of the worst today from Drones, who had Benji Gosnell really open, the tight end.
Yeah, again, in that soft zone, I think the idea here from Clayton White, our defensive coordinator, is keep them in front of us. Don't go man up. Let them complete something long, isolation down the field. Just keep them in front of them. That's kind of the theory on the soft zone. They run it against us a lot, and also it helps you protect against the quarterback running out.
5:07 to go in the ball game. 24-11. Carolina. Drones has got to step up in the pocket. Flushed. Incomplete.
Bad throw.
Yeah, he's trying to throw over two linebackers, and I just don't think he found the right lane to do so. Gosnell was the intended wide receiver again. And Drones, you're right, there was an open hole there, and I think he made a bad throw.
I think he was across the line of scrimmage, too, when he threw it, but that's just for mine. We're sitting in the end zone, our booth, so the angle's not the best.
They got to midfield. They're on the Aflac logo, but still 3rd and 10 now. Got to get to the Gamecock 38-yard line. Drones backing up, under pressure. They blew the whistle. Hold on. Boy, somebody was coming
Prior
wide
to the
open.
snap, South Carolina called their first charge timeout.
Ooh. They were right in the back pocket of Drones, too.
We didn't like something, though. That's not like Beamer to call one like that. So there was something
might as
we
well be
didn't
careful now. We can't take those timeouts with us back to Williams-Brice to use against South Carolina State, so I'm fine with that.
So they're not transferable, game to game.
Not transferable. Wouldn't that be nice? You could will them to your next.
On behalf of.
That's right.
I'd like to donate money and buy a timeout for our next team.
Right now I'm worried we need to work with our training staff before South Carolina State comes in.
Yep.
Let's check down with Chet Tucker again. Chet, I don't mean for you to be reporting entities. Please join us in our analysis of this game, the play on the field like you always do, but your thoughts, anything else you've seen new down there on the sideline?
Just looks like the defense is ready to pin their ears back here. It's 4-down territory for Virginia Tech, sure that they're coming here.
Yeah, never let them catch their breath. Let's see what happens. 3rd down and 10. Drones in the pocket, they double team Dylan Stewart's that crossing route again, and they finally drop one. I know one thing, Tommy, we need to cover some people on that crosser in the next couple of ball games.
Yeah, the soft zone, you kind of expect that, just keep them in front of them. But the passes, they've dropped 3 passes today. 2 of them were low passes around the knees. The other one hit the guy right in the chest. So that's something I'm sure they'll work on. Drones is an excellent quarterback, big-time threat, preseason potential ACC Player of the Year. So here we go, guys. 4th down.
4th down with 4:58 to go in the ball game. Down 24-11. Virginia Tech's lining up to go for it. 3 wide receivers over to the left side. 4-man front for Carolina. Drones drops back. He's bouncing now, flush left side. Steps back up, turns the shoulders, into coverage and picked off. That's Peyton Williams trying to go to the far sideline, down the hash. He's got to beat an offensive lineman. He does. Now turns the corner, then drops down on the ground around the 48-yard line. He gets some love from his teammates and the coaching staff, and that may do it. The second turnover of the day, second pick on Drones, and Carolina's got the football.
Todd, I said earlier in the broadcast, he throws well, exceptionally well, going to his right, not to his left. He has to square his body up. He just doesn't turn his upper body. He has to stop and throw it. That time, he just did not make a good throw. Actually, he shouldn't have thrown it, probably.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody was open, really.
Yeah, 4th down, you've got to do something with it.
Trying to make something happen.
Exactly right, exactly right. And they knew he couldn't run it because we were in the soft zone, so he put it up. What the heck? But good response by the defense.
Nice job, defense.
Nice job.
Got to midfield a little too quick, and then got it done. And here comes Lenora Sellers. His team's got 2 timeouts. He wants the clock to run, and he'll run it himself left side and lose a couple on the plays. He tried to run into that boundary. 24-11. Gamecocks. Timeout.
At 4 minutes and 36 seconds.
Virginia Tech slows it down, trying to stop the clock.
This game was boring. About midway through the first quarter, to probably midway through the third.
Yes.
All of a sudden, it's picked up its pace, a lot of excitement, and when I mean boring, I mean it was just neither team was doing anything.
Yeah, I think everybody played it a little close to the vest, not knowing their teams a whole lot. Mike Shula in that first drive certainly did what it took to get it down the field, and after that we bogged down. I'll ask Coach about that in our exclusive interview in the post game. What was the thoughts there offensively? We got out of the hurry-up offense, didn't use the motion to the outside much, didn't get Lenoris on the run much. But Carolina's sitting here at 304 yards of total offense compared to Virginia Tech's 337. But kind of a patented game for Shane Beamer in an opener, Tommy.
And Sellers
get it done, get a special teams play, and get a big one. 2 wide receivers, right side, they'll run it. Boy, Virginia Tech sitting on it now, just trying to come and make a negative yardage play, and they'll call their, well, they got 2 timeouts remaining. They'll have 1 after that.
Virginia Tech has called their second charge timeout of the half.
4:30 to go in the ball game, so we got, let's don't play it too conservatively here, but Lennar Sellers, 12 of 19 for 208 yards throwing the ball, 1 touchdown. Longest one was 63 yards, of course, to Nick Harbor. He's run the ball 10 times tonight, but only net 1 yard, which is, of course, he's had sacks. And that's been the problem there. But he's connected on 6 different receivers. Leading receiver is Hunt with 4 for 45 yards, Harbor with 3 for 99 yards, and the big long touchdown. Attaway's caught 2, Murph 1, the freshman from Irmo. Brown has caught 1, and Michael Smith has caught 1. So he kind of thrown it around a little bit. That's good. We just got to work on this rushing game and these sacks again, among other things. But 3rd down and about 13, guys.
Need to get to the Virginia Tech 43-yard line. Sellers takes Hunt in the backfield with him along with Oscar Attaway. 3-man rush, 4-man. Lenoris escapes again, left side being tracked left side. Still stays on his feet, running. Lenoris gets the first down and steps out of bounds. Lenoris Sellers with his patented escape maneuver will absolutely allow the Gamecocks to run this thing down. It's a 16-yard gain from Houdini.
I know the Clemson people that are watching this game are just horrified because it brings back so many memories about the 2 runs he made at Clemson. But that's him. The thing, if you look at Lenoris, folks, is his strength is from his waist down. I mean, he has got lower body strength, and that's a good example of it right there.
Pulled away from 2 defenders and kept his feet in bounds. 1st and 10 now at the 40. They'll run it again. Attaway, not much going up the middle.
Again,
and let's see if timeout for Virginia Tech, of course.
Virginia Tech has called their 3rd and final charge timeout of the half.
Todd, another question was snapped that time by Stanley at center. One a while ago was to the right. Fortunately, Faison was there, and that's where he was handing it. This one was to the left. So I think overall from the first game it's been good, but those things that get your timing off, if you're snapping it and it's pulling you to the left, you got to turn around and run it to the right, the whole thing is messed up.
Yeah, if this was a 10-8 game, that could be really crucial. You put one on the ground.
And then what happens is the quarterback starts trying to get it to you, so he kind of throws it to you. So it's just we got to work on those things, and I'm sure
it might be a tad early here with 3:48 to go, Tommy. But your thoughts overall, how we've looked for an opener, what areas concern you? What do you think? You mentioned a few of them already, like that one, some of the small details like that. But anything else, at least player-wise, position-wise, your thoughts generally on how we've looked?
Well, Sellers has played well. He probably should have gotten rid of the ball a couple of times and not be sacked. And Harbor's played well. But I'm concerned about the offensive line in the middle. We let too much pressure get on Sellers. That's my number one thing right now.
They empty the backfield now on 2nd down and 9 for Sellers, and there's some movement.
Illegal snap, number 50, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
I think the other thing, Todd, I would say, it's been not a surprise, but very makes me feel good is I think our specialty crowd has done a good job.
Really good.
From the standpoint
for an opener with all those changes.
Yep, Joyce, the snapper, Rasmussen, Love, so far so good.
Empty backfield for Sellers. He wants to run it left side. Lenoris spins away from one guy, puts the ball on the ground. I think he picked it back up really quickly. Not much going there. Good pursuit by Tech with 3:35, 3:34. They can't stop the clock anymore, but it is third down upcoming for Carolina. Third down and 12. No timeouts remaining for Virginia Tech. And let's see how risky, if at all, Mike Shula wants to get in this situation. Quickly up the line of scrimmage. Everybody set up very quickly. Power play, left side, Attaway just running to about the 35, 44-yard line. Pretty good run of 7 yards, but not enough to pick up the first. And the clock continues at 2:50 to go in the ball game. Up Carolina up 24-11. Going to go to 1-0 on this young season. And take a win over another ACC opponent, win their 7th straight ball game in the regular season.
Todd, give me your opinion. What do you think?
I'll tell you this. It is better. This game has been better, cleaner, and I'm more confident than I've been after openers in the first 4 years of Coach Beamer's tenure.
South Carolina has called their second charge timeout of the half. 30 seconds in length.
You know, Todd, I talked to him about that this week because it really concerned him. We played so poorly in the opening games. He went back over each one of them, how we had to win them. And I said, are you doing anything differently this year? And he said, yes. He said, what I've thought about in the past is when I come in and we kick the pre-camp off, camp rather, he said, I wouldn't say some things I normally would have said because I feel like these guys have already heard them. He said, but now, no, everybody starts anew. And he said the old ones have got to hear it because they influence the new ones off the field. And he said the new ones definitely need to hear it. He said, so I go through the same thing. And I think that's learning the job, you know, and doing what you do as a head coach. And so I think that's an adjustment he made, which evidently, as you just said, it's had an effect.
I like the playmakers we found on offense, yes, too, and then the special teams, and I'm with you. I really was holding my breath about the special teams today. Not just the kickers and punters, but all of it, and I think they did an excellent job. Obviously, Bakari Swain, a monster return. All right, now here's 4th down and 5. Sellers going to run it himself. Left side, gets to the edge. Lenoris turns the corner for the first down. Runs out of bounds on the Gamecock sideline. Everybody in the building in Atlanta knew he was going to run that play. And he got 6 yards and a Carolina first down. That should do it with 2:06 to go. They'll run to the 2-minute timeout. And Lenoris can help his football team run this out.
It's a 2-minute timeout on the field.
The other thing about Sellers, too, I didn't add earlier, he's got pretty good speed.
Yes. Yeah, run over you, run around you. Doesn't matter. Gamecocks going to try to put this away when we come back. It's 24-11. Carolina trying to go to 1-0 on the season. You're listening to the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
Parents, did you know that over 23% of South Carolina high schoolers have used vape pens and that 1 in 5 teenagers currently vape? But did you also know that more than 80% of kids ages 10 to 18 say their parents help them make smart decisions? Talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping. Try short conversations. The more short conversations you have, the easier it gets. Because if you're not talking to them, someone else is. Get conversation starters at openconversationsc.com.
Lenore Sellers turns the corner, picks up a first down to run us to the 2-minute timeout. And now on the 1st and 10, the Gamecocks can basically run this out. And done the full math on it, but I think that's right. 4 downs, 40 seconds. And Carolina will go to 1-0 on the season. And Shane Beamer, Tommy, continues to impress against a lot of folks. And whether he would say it or not, he may say it to me in the postgame show. This meant a lot to him against his alma mater, obviously where his dad was a Hall of Fame football coach. And his real love for Blacksburg as well. He loves being in Columbia with his family, but he has a lot of people still at Virginia Tech, and this is big for him.
No question about it. And we've talked a lot about that. And one thing I didn't bring up with Gary Stoken, the president and CEO of this entire deal down here in Atlanta, was how much he thinks and they think of Frank Beamer and the Beamer family. They put this together with that Beamer Bowl deal. And, this was big. This was big. It also was big for recruiting. We had no other football game in America owned for college except this one. So this coupled with Netflix, that thing that came out, I mean, this is good PR,
They know
man.
our brand.
Yeah,
they know our brand.
Exactly right. Exactly
they
right.
Know Shane Beamer. They know our brand.
Yep, they do. And that's important. He now, what's his record, Todd, in the ACC? And
he throws a 4-3 in the against ACC opponents in his career. And 7th straight victory in the regular season. Here's the victory formation. And Sellers will get under center.
I think the other thing, too, I got to say here real quickly is that we know the Beamers were pulling for Carolina because, as Cheryl said, we love both places, but I only got a son coaching in one of them.
Man, I got to feed those grandchildren.
That's right.
Hey, let's go to Chet Tucker down on the sideline as they're running the clock out, 1:43, 1:41. Chet, tell us your thoughts, impressions. What stood out to you in the opener? What do you want to change or otherwise, or what were you impressed with?
Certainly a lot of things that need to be cleaned up, but I think that when they get going with some pace, it's so important that they get that initial first down so that they can get into that tempo offense. Again, I want to echo what Tommy said about the special teams unit. Coach DeCamillis just had the 4 young guys gathered up on the sideline, congratulating them on a job well done.
Norris takes another knee with 1:13 to go in the ball game. Virginia Tech out of timeouts. So next Saturday night, the Gamecocks will take on our neighbors. Our neighbors at 7 p.m. for the kickoff at Williams-Brice Stadium. Welcome South Carolina State into town. And it's the home opener. And they do so with 1-0 record. I mean, Tommy, we all know we don't play a ranked opponent in our first 5 games. And then we play, 5 in the next group of games. So we had to start well. Hopefully we do this, and Lenoris takes a knee, and that'll do it. And Brent Pry will make his way across the field, and another Beamer wins a ball game in the Aflac Kickoff Classic. This one belongs to Shane Beamer. Carolina goes to 1-0 on the season, and Shane Beamer wins his 7th straight ball game in the regular season. And with his dad, who made so much of an impact on this ball game and at the University at Virginia Tech, gets to see it all along with his family.